Let's look at the environment around us. It's a beautiful place, a beautiful island. With it also, it's close to the UK, so it makes sense that we had a camp here a couple of days from our first test, so we could have trained in conditions that we're going to expect during this 3-week test series. Up till now, I think it was a good decision because it's close by, and we could acclimatize easier to the conditions that we can expect.
Daniel?
Thanks, Nina. How's it, guys? Mine might be a little left field and might be a bit weird going second, but I'll ask anyway. It's about the selection policies of replacing injured props with fly halves, and we saw it obviously work really well in the World Cup. But I wonder, as both a coach and a player, if it at all leads to some confusion, a lack of clarity, or is everyone within SA Rugby kind of like clear that anyone could be called up at any time, no matter who gets injured?
Yeah, I think there's obviously good clarity between the head coach and the selectors in terms of the planning and in terms of where we want to go. I think a part of our strategic plans is to build depth and experience building up into the World Cup. And obviously we look at the broader squad in terms of what is needed and where we stand with caps and how are we in line in terms of reaching that specific goal. And I think although we may not invite or a prop, there's a bigger plan towards that. Looking at the squad and what we want to achieve. So yeah, I think everyone is aligned and everyone is clear in terms of what we want to do.
Stephen?
Sorry, would it be okay if I just get a line from Thomas on that? Is it, what's it like as a player? Does it kind of keep you on your toes? Does it make you feel like the call up can come anytime?
Daniel, from a player's perspective, I think we trust the system, we trust the coaches and their decision making process. So we don't really have an opinion on it. We try and welcome the next guy in as much as we can and get everyone up to speed as quickly as possible, because obviously by us trusting the coaches, they trust us to do that with the players that's coming in. So not really an opinion, but just a responsibility from our side.
Stephen?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Z. I've got one for Coach and one for Thomas. Dion, obviously you've been boosted a little bit by fitness in terms of locks, coming back. And do you think that will be a particularly big boost for you going into this tour, particularly with that bomb squad strategy in mind?
Yes,
and then
yes. Sorry.
And then just to Thomas, please. Thomas, just want to know from you, in terms of the different environment that you guys experienced this past week, how good has that been for you guys to have something that is just completely fresh?
Stephen, yes, I think it's very good to get some experience back into the side. They always are very helpful and within the team environment, and obviously also when you play against quality teams like we're going to play against, it's good to have that experience around. But we also had the opportunity now to give new guys an opportunity, which I believe have really grown in their role in the team. And it's good to see that for us, in terms of the bigger picture, it's good. There's a positive side towards that. That we could have the ability to give them that exposure, which will help us in the future. But yeah, having guys like RG and Franco, those guys back into the squad, obviously is massive for us for the next 3 weeks.
Ronaldo?
Should I?
Well, you can.
Being in Jersey is definitely refreshing. I've spent the last 4 weeks in Bath in the UK, so the change hasn't been very dramatic for myself. But yeah, obviously coming from South Africa, most of these guys, they've been used to 25 plus degree weather. So getting used to this place, and it's definitely refreshing to come to Jersey. I've never been here myself, and this place is lovely. It's it's a really, really nice place to be, and the people are very nice, and they've really accommodated us so much with the facilities that they've got available here, and I think everyone's just been enjoying it very much.
Ronaldo?
Hey guys, Dion. Hey Thomas, Ronaldo here. Just a question for you. How excited are you to obviously be back in the mix? And your rugby has been really good at Bath, a couple of games over the last month or two since the Premiership has started. So what's your goals for heading into this November tests?
Ronaldo, from my side, ultimately we are here as individuals and players to serve the greater good, and which is the team. So in whatever capacity, way, shape or form I can do that, that's going to be my goal. If that is playing or supporting role, I'm very happy to do either one. And again, like we said earlier, it's about trusting the coaches and their selection protocol on what they decide is best for that team for that weekend on that specific game. So it's going to be a good couple of weeks for us, and hopefully we can start it off well next week. But like I said, for myself, personal goals just being able to serve this team and to the best of my ability.
Dion, I just wanted to ask about the lineups. The one thing that stuck out this season is that is how much variety you guys are using in the lineup. Less mauling, 4-man lineouts in the opposition's half. What was the thinking behind that? Were you finding it a bit difficult to sort of keep employing the rolling more? And with the conditions, the way they're going to be in the UK, would you be tempted to go back to sort of like the more traditional way of mauling?
Hi Zim, it's a good question. I think our reasoning behind that lends it to the fact that we know traditionally and teams know that mauling and scrumming is one of our core strengths within the team, and it's something that it's part of our DNA and something that we want to be good at, and it will never disappear or being used less, I think, in a Springbok environment. But obviously over the years we've been facing different challenges, the way teams evolve in terms of their maul defense. We just found it necessary in order to assist us to be better in what we do, that we also need to look at different ways to outsmart the opposition, which can assist us to use the maul effectively when we choose to do that. I just think that is part of the bigger plan. But we work very hard on our mauling. It will play I think a very big part in the next 3 weeks as part of our plans going forward. But yes, we also try to evolve as a team, the way the game evolves, try to adapt to certain strategies and the way we want to do things. In order for us, I just think it's good to have variety within our team in terms of how we do stuff, because I think that just put us in a different space and create different challenges for the opposition.
Kaniso?
Thank you very much. Dion and Thomas, good afternoon. Dion, are there any lingering injury concerns over and above the players who have not joined the camp?
Kanisha, at this stage, no. Everyone is fit and ready to go and work very hard. So we have a full squad that prepared the past couple of days for the test matches.
Okay, let's go to Afrikaans. Percy?
Ja, ek sê vir jou baie dankie. Goeiemiddag meneer. Doen ek het 'n vraag vir jou, dis 'n twee ledige vraag. Dink ek is dit in Afrikaans praat? Wat is die rede gewees hoekom julle as Springbok kamp besluit het op Jersey, die eiland, om daar voor te berei? En net twee ledige vraag. Ek vra nie 'n persoonlike vraag nie. Is julle leer C-kondisie in 'n geestelike regte plek vir die uitdagings vir die volgende 3 toetse wat wag op julle om die nasionale span te lei?
Goeiemiddag Percy. Op je eerste vraag, ek dink dat was 'n uitstekende besluit om Jersey toe te kom. Dat is iets verfrissend vir ons, iets nuuts. Het is 'n eiland waar niemand van ons voorheen was nie. So ons geniet die omgewing, ons geniet die mense, ons geniet die fasiliteite. En natuurlik is dit baie naby aan aan die UK, die Verenigde Koninkryk waar ons gaan speel. So dit maak net sin om hier voor te berei. Natuurlik is van ons spelers gewoond aan die omstandighede, maar omdat hulle speel in die URC en hulle speel ook in kompetisies hier, maar daar is ook van ons wat nou uit 'n warm omgewing, somersomgewing uitkom en dit gee ons kans om te akklimatiseer en ook om naby ons bestemming te wees waar ons eerste toets gaan speel, wat natuurlik 'n bietjie reis in ons rusperiodes vergemaklik. So ja, ons sien, ek dink dit was 'n goeie besluit. In terme van SIA, ek bedoel ons respekteer as 'n span mekaar en ons ondersteun mekaar. SIA vir ons as die kaptein van die span, hy oefen voluit, hy doen goed. So al die spelers is beskikbaar net soos hy en ek dink as hy die geleentheid sou kry, sal hy absoluut reg wees om te speel.
Steven?
Thanks, see. Thomas, net by jou hoor is, jy weet, Rassie is in 'n posisie om, jy weet, hy kan is dit met 'n speler in 'n ander posisie vervang, deels dankse jy weet, 'n ou soos jy wat veelsidig is. Hoe gemaklik is jy om daai swinger rol te vervul op toetsvlak? Is moeilik, jy weet, want loskop, vaskop, hoe gemaklik is jy met daai uitdaging as dit hom voordoen dat jy sal moet aanpas?
Hi Steven, ja, ek is met alle eerlikheid, ek is redelik gemaklik met dit. In die laaste seisoen in die Premiership vir Bath het ek seker so rondom 5 keer 'n geleentheid gehad om loskop te speel en 'n paar van die wedstryde het ek in die wedstryd self oorgeskryf van vaskop na loskop toe. So ek is redelik gemaklik daarmee, gebaseer op die rede dat ek nou al 'n paar keer gedoen het. As 'n beginrol op loskop of op die bank as loskop en dan natuurlik in die wedstryd self oorskuif na loskop toe. So ja, ek is definitief redelik gemaklik daarmee. Dit is natuurlik nie 'n maklike ding om te doen nie, maar met genoeg voorbereiding is dit definitief moontlik.
Ashfaq?
Dion, hoe was dit om vir hierdie week Currie en Franco terug te hê in terme van die slotte, want julle baie beserings gehad en ons weet ook die Skotse span, hulle baie goed in die lyn staan is, veral in die Varsity ons sien hulle contesting is uitstekend daar en hulle steel baie balle van die ander spanne.
Ja, Ashfaq is uit 'n lynstaan oogpunt uit is dit vir ons enorm om hulle terug te hê. Ons weet hulle is kwaliteitspelers, ervare spelers, hulle bring baie na die spanomgewing. Ja, ons het ook 'n geleentheid gehad hoe hulle nie in die span was nie om aan jong manne soos Roan 'n kans te gee, ook weer die veelsidigheid van Pieter Steff het na vore gekom as slot en flank. So vir ons in terme van die breë prentjie vorentoe is dit goed om sulke diepte te bou met die oog op die volgende Wêreldbeker. Maar dit is fantasties om hulle terug te hê. Hulle is baie ondersteunend in die span en daar is natuurlik leiers ook in die span en ek dink ons gaan hulle nodig het vir hierdie volgende 3 weke teen die kwaliteit opposisie.
Percy?
Ek wil net kortliks, ek weet julle gaan eers vertrek Sondag na Edinburgh toe. Kan jy dalk 'n idee gee wat verwag julle van hierdie Skotse span? Is dit net 'n gemaklike 5 punte vir julle om te gaan kolekteer daarso of gaan dit 'n uitdaging vir julle wees volgende naweek?
Percy, ek dink nie daar's 'n maklike toets nie. Ek dink ons gaan speel teen 'n baie goeie Skotse span. As jy terugdink in terme van die Wêreldbeker, dit was 'n baie tawwe wedstryd. Dit was iets wat ons moes ons pad oopveg tot aan die vir lang periodes in daardie wedstryd as jy reflekteer op die telling. So ja, dit is 'n span wat ek dink 'n goeie verstandhouding het met die spelers in daardie spesifieke span. Baie van hulle natuurlik ook speel ook vir Glasgow wat ook suksesvol was in die URC verlede jaar. Hulle het goed gedoen in die 6 nasie reeks en hulle is 'n goed afgerigte span, uitstekende spelers en van Russell, Duan van der Merwe en so meer. So nee, ek dink dit gaan 'n tawwe wedstryd wees. En met die manier van hoe hulle speel, die wyte van die veld te gebruik, die tempo waarteen hulle speel, met hulle vaardighede, gaan hulle vir ons groot uitdagings bied in hierdie wedstryd.
Guys, we're going to take the last question, Stephen, and then we're going to switch over.
Thanks, see. Thomas, net by jou, julle het in die verlede, jy weet, redelike oorheersing gekry oor Skotland in die scrums. Is dit iets wat julle ouens, jy weet, baie nog 'n baie groot klem sal plaas, dink jy op hierdie toer?
Ja, Steven, 100%. Met die scrums is natuurlijk vir elke stid is 'n baie persoonlike ding en is iets wat ons baie naby aan die hart hou. So ons werk verskriklik hard daaraan. Die oefeninge deur die week, veral hierdie week was baie goed geweest en ons sit mekaar onder soveel as moontlik druk sodat ons op ons beste kan perform op 'n Saterdag. So ja, 100%, ons lê definitief 'n groot klem daarop en ja, ek dink ons trotseer onsself daarop en ja, hopelik kan ons die eindresultaat kry, maar ons werk definitief baie hard daaraan.
Thanks, Zina. Hi, Cameron. Hi, Jordan. Cameron, have you been giving the guys some Welsh lessons before the Welsh is considering your heritage?
No.
Yeah, but how's it been your first experience of the box world? I think you may have been at an alignment camp before, but this is now a test tour.
Yeah, no, it's been an unbelievable experience so far. I mean, seeing all the Oaks here, and yeah, I mean, I've been looking up to them always, and it's been a dream come true just to be able to be involved in such a high quality environment. I mean, it's a double World Cup winners that I'm with, and yeah, I can't actually put it to words. It's been great.
Morgan?
Thanks, Z. Hi, Cameron. Hi, Jordan. Cameron, I'm just going to go to you as well. I can't remember, I think it was maybe 2 years ago, 2-3 years ago, you were playing a couple of warm-up games for the junior books against the Greek Quiz and the Cheetahs in Bloom. Did you ever imagine that you'll be playing in a end-of-year tour against the likes of Scotland, England and Wales?
Obviously, there was always a dream was to strive towards becoming a Springbok. I'm not there yet, but yeah, being in the squad and being able to learn so much from the people that I've been looking up to for my whole entire career, it's been incredible. And yeah, like I said, it's a dream come true just to be in this environment.
Thanks, Cameron. All the best.
Thank you.
Liam? Daniel?
Thanks, Zina. How's it, Cameron? This is for you. You were officially brought into the squad as replacement for Damien Willemse, utility back. Is that odd given your position, or have you got kind of clarity as, when you're not in the squad that no matter who's injured, you're the next one up the rank, or is it just a case of you never know when the call's going to come?
Yeah, I must say it's probably a case of you never know when the call's going to come, because yeah, I didn't even know that in that time that I was going to replace Damien. I was so in disbelief. When I got the phone call, I just asked him first, "Are you joking?" Just to make sure that they really wanted me here. I mean, it's a dream come true, and I'll play wherever I'm needed to play. Yeah, I just want to contribute as much as I can.
Thank you. Go on.
So?
Thank you very much, Zina. Cameron, it goes without saying that you are also partly qualified to play for Wales. Did the thought of actually playing for Wales actually cross your mind?
No, never. I must say I've always dreamed of becoming a Springbok, and yeah, I'll keep on working as hard as possible to make that dream come true. Yeah, I've never thought of going to Wales or playing for them.
Dylan?
Thanks, Zina. Hi, Cameron. Hi, Jordan. Cameron, just one quick one for you. Your Bulls coach, Jay Park, says your biggest strength is that you can play at 6, 7, and 8. Just from your side, how comfortable are you sort of shifting between the back row positions? And do you also think that's one of your biggest strengths?
Yeah, I must say I am versatile when it comes to playing 6, 7, or 8. I don't mind playing or have a preferable position at the moment. Yeah, it's more about just being able to have that mental switch, knowing that every position has its different role, and being able to just do it to the best of my ability.
Ashfaq?
Dankie Zina. Cameron, ons ken vir jou as 'n ou met baie spoed. Jy lyk so my buite gap te vat, maar jy klim ook maar in en vat die ouens voor aan ook. Jy daar sien met jou gesels oor dit, want ons weet hy hou van 'n losse speler wat reg inklim en daai close battles, as ek so kan sit, betrokke te wees.
Nee, eintlik nie. Dit was meer soos vir my eie manier van speel, soos ek wil bietjie ietsie van alles kan bied vir die span wat ek verspeel. So ja, ek probeer maar op die oomblik om te kyk om my game so veel as moontlik te verbeter.
Gaan jy
sê. Ja, nee, ek moet sê ja, soos ek gesê het by die Bulls Awards night, ja, dit was nog altyd my droom gewees en om hier te wees, net om as 'n speler hier by almal te wees is regtig amazing, al klaar half die droom is al klaar waar. Ja, dit sal definitief die kersie op die koek wees as ek my debut kan maak. Maar ja, soos op die oomblik voel ek net ek moet net fokus om die beste te gee wat ek kan en 'n goeie en 'n positiewe impak te maak in die span.
Hello and welcome to Forever Box, which is a Springbok dedicated channel brought to you by Forever Sports. We listen to a lot of people speaking about the content that we create, stuff like that, and this is kind of what it is that people really, really enjoy. And one of the main things people said that obviously Springboks being the biggest team in the world, Springbok obsessed. And so we decided to create a dedicated channel, which means that all content that appears on this channel will be completely Springbok related. We're talking about press conferences, training footage, exclusive Springbok content, team reactions, team analysis, for example, potentially tactics analysis, and the likes. So if you are a Springbok fan, you are in the right place. So before we go any further, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Today we're going to be talking about 5 players who I think should be involved in the match against Scotland this weekend. It is the start of the tour for the Springboks, and a 3-match tour featuring Scotland, England and Wales. Scotland probably being the sort of second most difficult game. England in theory probably the biggest test for the Boks, and then Wales a potential opportunity to rotate actually, given how poor they've been this season, very much going through a transitional period. So not expecting too much from them, and I think it's probably a game, if there was one of the 3 during the series, to potentially rotate. So then we're talking about, as I said, 5 players who I think should be involved on Sunday. Now I'm going to start off with Jaden Hendrickson. For me, he is the future starting scrum half for the Boks. You know, Faf de Klerk not involved in the tour is quite an interesting selection. There is talk about the fact that he's just had a newborn child. Is that still playing into it? But he's not injured. He is available and just not been included as far as we understand. And with Kluber's right, also sort of getting quite sort of old in terms of that, that sort of 34, 35, 36 sort of period. It's about the next generation of scrum halves. Now, you've got Grant Williams in there, who I think is the perfect player off the bench. Morné van den Berg is being introduced, and I think he'll play a lot of Bok games in the next few years. But for me, Jaden Hendrickson has to now become the starting scrum half. He's got everything. He's got a great kicking game. He's got great awareness. He reads the game really well. Good passer, good basics. He can kick for goal as well, which is very important because the next person I'm going to be talking about is Manie Libbok. A little over a year ago, he had a man of the match display in the Boks World Cup opener against Scotland. He was sensational. That no-look, cross-kick assist is probably one of the most iconic World Cup moments from a sheer audacity, skill point, type of move. And he was really, really good. And I had the privilege of watching in Mbombela during Evidence Sebest's record-breaking text. And Manie Libbok, the way he controls the team, the way he pulls the strings is phenomenal. Whether he starts on Sunday, I'd be surprised, but I'd love to see him involved. I think he's the perfect player, especially, if you're going to go with Andre Pollard in tough conditions, start off, build a bit of innings, and then you want to put somebody on against a bit of a tired Scotland side, or when the game opens up a little bit, for me, Manie Libbok is your go-to guy. Number 3 is Thomas du Toit. Tight head, loose head, where are we at with him? Given the fact that there is no Francois Herber, we currently have 3 sort of tight head options, with Thomas du Toit sort of obviously, covering both loose head and tight head. Wilco Louw has been drafted into the team, but I really like to see Thomas du Toit get some minutes this weekend, potentially even starting, I think, at tight head. and can potentially shift over to loose head, for example. Depending how things are going, you can keep your loose head a bit fresher for minutes longer. So I think he's going to become an important player for the Boks in the next few years. Very good age profile-wise. He's about 29, so been playing really good rugby since going over to the Premiership, and I think important for him to get minutes this weekend. Number 4 for me, a debut potentially for Cameron Hanekom. Now, I'd be surprised if we do see him involved this weekend. He'd probably sort of skip ahead of the queue of the likes of an Alric Lowe and or Malcolm Stard, and that seems unlikely. But I do think we should look at it. I don't think necessarily starting. I think you start with Jasper Wiese, but I think you can go with a 6-2 split, have Cameron Hanekom on the bench with a Kwagga Smith, for example, and an Achia Snyman, and you've then got options. You can then look to bring on Cameron Hanekom at 8, for example. Kwagga can even come on at 8 initially, then move to the side. So you've got options with the 6-2 split in terms of how you can then sort of introduce him to Test rugby. But I do think that he is someone that is very special. He screams Springbok legend, in the making, if he can get things right with how quickly he's risen up in the Bulls. And I think he just has everything. He has all the tools. So we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I think he's an incredibly exciting talent. And we need to try and see what that exciting talent can do. The final one that obviously has to be involved this weekend, and I'm really, really excited about, is Achia Snyman, who is playing tremendous rugby for Leinster. I think that playing at Leinster is going to help him a lot. I think the way that they are adapting to him, with his offload game, and the way that sort of they're making him such a big part of their creation, I think is actually going to translate into the way the Boks play. I think Tony Brown is going to look to use his incredible offload game, his awareness, as well as physicality, to become a bit of a link-up between potentially the backline and the forwards. We've seen players like over the years, like a Warren Whiteley, for example. He can come down and be that sort of link-up between the two. He's a player that just brings everybody around him into play, which is a weird thing to say about a lot, and especially because of somebody of his size. But I think if he can stay fit, I think we're going to see the next 4 years being the 4 years of Achia Snyman. Now, obviously, injuries will probably rear up. He is a bit of an injury-prone player, but when he's fit, he's special, isn't he? And I think we're going to see a very interesting version of Achia Snyman during these Autumn Nations series. So those are my 5 players that I'm really looking forward to seeing involved, and I hope are involved in some capacity. Obviously, some of them will inevitably be involved. Other ones maybe not as certain. What do you think? What changes would you make? What players are you looking forward to seeing? Let me know down in the comments below. Let me know which players you think will start on Sunday, which players maybe might not get game time over the course of the Autumn Nation series. I want to know what you think down in the comments below. Please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. Welcome to Forever Boks, and we'll see you soon.
Good day, guys. My question is for Jordan. It has to do with the Springbok attack. I know you haven't been in the squad for very long, but I was keen to find out how you have found it. How does your game suit the way the Springbok attack, and what have you made of the Bok attack? I mean, has there been anything there that has surprised you?
I think there's a lot going around in terms of Tony Bull. So yeah, just the attack, of lately for the Boks have been very dynamic, and it surprised quite a few people, in terms of the way we play. But that's always benefited my game. I love running with the ball, and you can see that more in the Boks, in terms of how they're playing, running more with the ball and just being more dynamic, and always staying on top of teams, and not always, transferring or going into the kicking game.
Ronaldo?
Hey, Cameron, Jordan, Ronaldo here. Just want a question for you guys. I mean, you guys obviously got called up a bit later into the squad. So has there been given any specific roles for you guys within this 3-week period? Obviously, we're hoping that you guys are going to get some game time, but the late call-up with some injuries, is there any specific role that you guys have been kind of given over the next 3 weeks of period?
I would say it's just making ourselves selectable, for the next 3 games, and hopefully featuring, and whether it's next week or the next 2 games after that. So just being selectable and just working hard, and just being grateful to be in the setup again. But we're also selectable for the next 3 games.
Thanks, Zina. Hello, Cameron. Hello, Jordan. This one is to Jordan. Jordan, if Rassi asks you which position you would prefer, what would your answer be?
Definitely fly half, but I've always made fun of it just being a universal plug, you know, being able to be, you know, being able to play many other positions as well, but definitely fly half.
Angus?
Thank you, Zina. Afternoon, Cameron. Afternoon, Jordan. Just for Jordan quickly, how's the internal competition been with yourself and Barney and Andre Pollard in the group? And also, what sort of mentors have they been to you in the squad as well?
I've learned a lot. It's always going to be competitive between us three, but I've learned a lot from them. They've been in the setup quite longer than me. So it's just learning from them and helping each other and just wanting the best, you know, for whoever plays on Saturday. Yeah, and also just in terms of prep, you know, just making sure we're all prepared and ready to, you know, lead the team.
Hendrik?
Thanks, Zina. Again for Jordan. Jordan, how much did that winning penalty against the Lions mean for your self-confidence, given that it was, you know, you took that penalty in very difficult conditions?
You know, I was just blessed to be able to win the Currie Cup, you know, for my team. But it's also a kick. I've practiced so many times at Ellis Park, and definitely gave me confidence going into, you know, the start of UFC, because those are things that hardly come around. So when you do have those opportunities, that's where, you know, your BMT should come out, and sometimes it doesn't go your way, but I'm just grateful that it went my way and definitely boosted me with confidence going into the UFC and now in the box setup.
Can you...
Jordan, are you rooming with Jaden, and does he think he's now a better goal kicker than you?
That will always be competitive, you know. We always have our competitions in the week, but now my roommate currently is Archie Snyman, and which I've been enjoying, you know, just connecting with him.
Okay, let's go to Afrikaans.
Just having your good day on tour? Sorry, man. Just Jordan, just having your good day on tour with you?
No, I'm forever grateful, you know. It was always our dream, you know, to be in a setup and eventually to play a game together. But it's always good to have him here. He's, you know, always help, and as much as he's help, all the other players are also here, you know, to mentor and help whoever needs assistance.
Okay, let's go to Afrikaans, guys. Percy?
Cameron, ik wil met jou verbillig. Ik wil nou een proef van jaar. Het was een bijzonder jaar voor jou zover geweest. Ik wil nou een proef van jou bij die toekenningsaantal die billen. Ik heb baie duidelijk gestel, jouw groot droom is om vir nasionale span te speel. Sal dit moontlik 'n kersfeesbekoop vir jou wees? Sou jy kwalifiseer om in hierdie 3 toetse moontlik jou toetsdebuut te maak? En vir Jordan, kan ek vir jou vra? 'n soort van vraag soos my kollega nog gepraat. Hoe voel dit om saam met jou broer op die nasionale opset te wees? En jy praat van jy's 'n universal player. En ek sien jy's plasvlanger Frans, maar herop kan jy opsit sal?
Mensen maken baie grapjes met ik wat voor Frans replace it, but nee, ik ben dankbaar dat ik kon in die span geweest het en die selectable geweest het, but ja, ik geniet het en het is lekker om voor Jaden niet te heten, hij is iemand wat mij bij helpt, so ja.
Vir Jordan asseblief, Jordan, jy het nou gesê, jy's 'n verrassie sê loskakel. Is daar 'n loskakel waarna jy opgekyk het in die verlede of 'n loskakel waarna jy opkyk op die oomblik?
Ja, er is baie loskakel wat ek op na gekyk het in die verlede. Andre is definitely in sy palle toeskoppery en goed soos dit en sy consistency in sy game. As 'n speler soos Dan Carter waar ek baie na op gekyk het, toe hy hardloop en sy attack organise en goed soos dit. So ja, as.
Percy?
Baie dankie, Zina. Dan kan ek jou vraag op billig. Beskryf jouself as 'n aanvallende loskakel of fokus jy spesifiek op een skopwerk of as jy meer 'n aanvallende all-rounder tipe loskakel?
Ek sal sê all-rounder.
Sorry, ek wil gevra jou stewige agtergrond. Dink jy dit gaan vir jou baie help nou moontlik help in die toekoms op nasionale vlak?
Nee, 100%. Ek sal all-rounder vlaaf. Ek geniet saam met die bal te hardloop en dan kicking game en dan balle toeskop. En daar's baie faktore waar jy moet op fokus as 'n team. dis jou game manage, jou paal skop, alle goed en om die setup te wees dat jy al baie verstaan. Ja, is sekere coaches wat jou advice gee om paal skop, kan jy so ja, baie balls, goed soos dit, so dis baie lekker en daar spelers ook waar jy kan baie help from a technical point of view, so ja.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Sports for today's Springbok predicted team versus Scotland. At this stage, as far as you understand, set to be announced on Wednesday, given the fact that we are playing on Sunday. So basically everything is sort of a day later than what it usually be for a Saturday test match, which we assume would include the team announcement, because the training week basically will start on Tuesday versus on Monday, which means that usually, for example, comes to injuries, those who train on Tuesday will become eligible for selection. For example. Now, in terms of a bit of the week ahead, obviously, as I said, we were predicting a team announcement on Wednesday. We'll probably see a Scotland team announcement on Friday. There is internationals, however, from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So it's an absolute stacked weekend of rugby. Now, in terms of the box selection, full strength. That's what I think we're going to see this weekend. And why not? Because basically, this is the second biggest game of the Autumn Nation Series. Then you go take on England, and then your final game of the Autumn Nation Series is against a Welsh side, which, if you're being brutally honest, is not very good at the moment, and that gives you more opportunity to rotate. So in terms of this selection, I've basically gone with what I think is close to our strongest 23 at the moment on current form, and I don't think we'll necessarily see, for example, a debut in the likes of a Cameron Hanekom, but he might be involved this weekend. I do, however, think we will see a Wilco Low involved. And for me, I'm very interested to see sort of 6-2 split, 5-3 split, what we sort of go with. But before we go look at my team, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so let's have a look at it, shall we? This is what I have gone with for this weekend. In the front row, I've started with Wilco Low. If you look at our props, we're down to Thomas du Toit, Vincent Koch, Wilco Low, Oxenchair, and Gerard Stennekamp. So I do think we're potentially probably going to see Gerard Stennekamp ahead of Thomas du Toit, but I've got a feeling it might be an option to have Thomas du Toit on the bench, who can sort of play in both positions. But anyway, I've gone with Oxenchair, Bongi Manambi, and Wilco Low to start. I think it's pretty solid. I think Wilco Low, I mean Vincent Koch has generally been used as sort of the bomb squad type of tight head. We could very well see Thomas du Toit starting in the number 3 jersey, for example. Gerard Stennekamp coming in the number 17 jersey on the bench, and no Thomas du Toit. No Wilco Low in the 23, but I really like to see him get the opportunity, and I think he can have a really good go this weekend. If we then look at the locks, Ibn Etzebeth obviously starting next to Franco Mostert, who is back and fully fit, and I expect to see him start. The usual suspects at the loose forward: Siya Kolisi, Pierre-Steph, the Toy, Jasper Wiese, Siya Kolisi obviously expected to captain the side. I really want to see Jaden Hendricks to start. I think that he has got absolutely everything we need in an international starting scrum half, and I do think that, especially in the conditions, could be wet, for example, could be tricky. I think he's got everything, absolutely everything. I think he managed the game very well. I think he reads the game well. I think he managed the team. So I think that he starts next to probably Andre Pollard. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Johnny Box starting. At the end of the day, we saw what he did against Scotland a year ago in that World Cup. But and I think he was fantastic against Argentina in that final game. But I expect to see Andre Pollard start. Kurt Lance, Jason Colby, Apple Fassi has to be the back 3. Might see Billy Leroux on the bench this weekend, but I doubt it. And in the centres, Damien Delendi and Jesse Creel. Off the bench, it will be Malcolm Marx. For me, I think it'll be Bongi Manambi starting, Malcolm Marx into the bomb squad. Again, as mentioned, Thomas du Toit, or we could see Gerard Stennekamp to come Thomas du Toit into the starting lineup there, even in the number 3 jersey. Vincent Koch. I've gone with a 6-2 split. Only one lock in RKS Snyman. He has to be involved, given the form and the fact that he's back. But I think, obviously, with Pierre-Steph du Toit, who can slot back into that number 5 jersey, I think, we get a lot of opportunities to play a Kwagga Smith and an Ulrich Low. This is where we might be able to see a Cameron Hanekom in terms of in that number sort of 21 jersey, because that could be the ideal option to try and give him a debut. I personally think he'll probably start against Wales. That's sort of what my gut says. And then I've gone with Grant Williams and Marley Liebach. Marley Liebach can play 10 and 15. 100 product can move to 12, for example. So that gives you a lot of utility options with regards to sort of how they can make that kind of thing work. So players who are unlucky to miss out, we might see Billy Leroux involved. The Kanya maybe on the bench as well could be an option. Caelan Moody, but I expect to see those sort of players probably play against
Wales is what my gut says at the moment. Mock have started, maybe unlucky, maybe not to be involved in the 23 this weekend. Rowan O'Keefe will be in and around the setup. My gut says he'll probably play against Wales. But yeah, I mean, I think this is a must-win weekend. We want to start off well, go make a statement, then go to Twickenham, hopefully beat England, and then you can maybe afford to rotate against Wales. Try and build some of that depth of players who've been on tour for a couple of weeks now, and I don't think we need to necessarily be anywhere near full strength to probably beat the Welsh side, unless we see a remarkable improvement from there in the next couple of weeks. But again, we'll have that information before we go into that final game of the year for the Boks. So let me know what you think down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We'll obviously be posting female content throughout the week, both on Forever Sports as well as our dedicated channel, Forever Boks. So keep an eye out for that as well. Please do, as mentioned, subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you guys throughout the week.
Speaking of, this is a question for both of you. How well prepared have you been by that week in Jersey? Because Scotland obviously played, they're a pretty strong team against Fiji, so they've played a whole test match. You guys have been doing what in Jersey? Heavy training or light training or what?
Yeah, I think we had 4 days of training, so I think it was good preparation for us. I think it was important for us to get that few days under the belt before test week starting today. So yeah, I think we are very happy with what we got out of the week in Jersey. But yeah, today test week start, and then all focuses on Sunday.
You know the Scotland team, well, some of the Scotland team better than you maybe did a few years ago, because you've played against Glasgow and Edinburgh. What do you expect from them?
Yeah, I know. If you look at a team like Glasgow, the way they've grown the last 2-3 years, it's their forward pack is physical, versatile. So I think we're expecting an onslaught from them, and we're gonna have to be ready to match that.
Yep. Welcome, Scotland.
Thank you.
You've recently moved from playing to coaching. How have you found this transition?
Yeah, well, that's fantastic being here in Scotland. Love this place. Even when I played for Ulster, I tend to come over just on holiday if we had a break. So I really enjoy this place. Yeah, the transition has actually been interesting. I actually thought it would have been a whole different thing, being a little bit closer still to the players, and more difficult to start in with the coaches. But it's been actually completely the other way around. It was fantastic welcoming by the coaches and the coaching staff, and I started in quite quickly, and you learn quite a lot, and you learn quickly. But also then, you're not a player, but you still know the players. But yeah, I'm really enjoying my time, learning on the trot, learning every game, and it's been a year since retirement. So and in the mix with the Springboks, and yeah, I love every minute of it, and hopefully you can keep growing as a young coach, going into the game, and looking further ahead into the future.
Gregor Townsend said after the Scotland-Fiji game that he felt the South Africa game would be perhaps more open than previous matches between the sides. I think the changes to the coaching staff have maybe opened up South Africa a little bit more adventurous, perhaps. Would you agree with that?
Well, maybe in a sense, if you look at the game, how we changed. Obviously, Scotland changed also quite a bit. So we got in different coaches. We got in Tony Brown. We got in Jerry Flannery. Brings a different flavour to the game, and they both bring their own attributes to the squad and their own strengths. So I think we're also developing as a team, and it's not always the same picture that you will get from the past couple of seasons. So we're also in a bit of a transition, and I think it's the same with the Scottish team. If you look back, if you look at a Scotland team, they always tend to run the ball, and
I'm not saying they're not doing that, but the tactical game has been a bit of a focus for them, and I think that's the thing they really worked on, and they're doing it well. So everyone's striving to get the complete game, and if you get the right guys in, and hopefully you can succeed.
Is this Scotland team then a better one than South Africa faced at the World Cup?
Well, possibly. I can't tell you that. Only Sunday will tell. But they definitely they're definitely going to be up for it. It's a home match, and it's home ground in front of their people. It's not playing in a neutral stadium. So obviously you would like to be up for it when you play at home, and you've got that pride within you. So obviously there's a couple of guys that got brought into the squad, and they've been playing well, and obviously at their franchise level. If you look back at last year's champions, it's Glasgow. So they're definitely doing something right over here in Scotland, and we need to be wary of what we're going to get on Sunday.
Great, just the balance. I mean, Bok teams in years, but even before the last World Cup, identifying little pockets of games to experiment a bit and try something different, and then balancing that with the need for results. Where would you say this team is? What space they're in now, heading into these three games? Just off the squad, off the selection of the squad, it looked like it was pretty settled and very serious, and not too much room there for trying new things. But how would you say that balance between results and experimenting where you are?
Well, we actually experiment quite a bit. I think if you look at Ruan, he wasn't even in the mix in the beginning of the year, and obviously lost out on a couple of locks, and we had to look elsewhere, and obviously he played really well. But I think out of a squad of what was it, 45 guys, we almost used. I think we used 40 or 39 out of 45 guys. So, we did experiment quite a lot. Gave guys the opportunity and to see where they are during the year, and give guys a little bit of a taste of international rugby, and to see where they are in their rugby journey. So, I think the coaches kind of got a package, or got a view of what guys can do and who's still not there yet. So there's still, if you looking forward, there's still a long journey to go to the next World Cup, and we're also busy building and getting the right guys in the right spots to get your perfect team at the end of the day.
Rowan, can you talk a bit about taking your chance, and I mean, the way it came for you on the international stage, and just everything you've done since? What was that like for you? The lock is the one position where, as we've spoken about, it was so well stocked for so long in South African rugby, and then here you are, having taken all of the chances. Your mindset, just in terms of how you've done that.
Yeah, no, obviously South Africa is a place where locks are bred. So I always know it's a tough position to be in, but look, that's an awesome challenge, and it's obviously something I've been dreaming of since a boy. And in my wildest dreams, I wouldn't even thought I would be where I am today. But that just shows you the hard work can pay off, and I'm just privileged to be where I am, and I was just blessed with opportunities to be in this position, and for me it's all about every opportunity I have to wear the Springbok jersey. I have to wear it as if it's my last time, because we know there's so much quality players, and then any time can be your last time. So I think for me it's just embracing each opportunity I have, and just all about representing my country and enjoying representing them.
Okay, good afternoon, morning over here, guys. We've got Dwayne Vermeulen. He's he's a Mobi unit coach, but he's been assisting the Springboks, and Ruan Ortea. So we're just gonna ask them to just do a quick comment in Afrikaans each for the SA media, and then we go straight into news conference. So Dwayne, who wants to go first?
Ja, obviously het 'n baie lekker tyd gehad laasweek in Jersey. Mense het ons met oop arms ingeneem. Het was lekker om weer as 'n groep bymekaar te kom na 4 weke weg van mekaar af. Ek dink die hele week het baie goed verloop. Ons het lekker bymekaar gekom. Oefening was goed geweest. Ja, het was net goed geweest weer om te bond en die span bymekaar te kry. En ja, ek dink die week teen Skotland ja, ons weet wat se dinamiese span hulle is. Daar is threats oral oor die veld. So ja, ons is definitief baie excited vir die wedstryd en ons weet dit gaan 'n groot een wees.
Ek dink van my kant af was fantasties om in Jersey aan te kom. Ek dink niemand was al voorheen in Jersey nie, so is iets niets, 'n hele ander plek om bietjie by te oefen. Maar ek dink ook die verwelkoming was ongelooflik. Daar's about net 100,000 mense wat in Jersey bly en ek dink daar's 'n hele paar Suid-Afrikaners, so dit was regtig lekker om daar aan te kom. Ongelooflike fasiliteite, die hele week was fantasties gereël. Ek dink die ouens het regtig 'n goeie week agter die rug, goeie oefeninge, goeie voorbereiding en ja, ek dink ons het 'n hele paar nuwe dinge ook geleer oor Jersey, net die eiland self. Maar ja, ek dink as ons kyk na vorentoe, ek dink dit was soos ek sê 'n goeie prep week en ek dink vir hierdie Skotland week wat nou voorkom was dit regtig nodig. Ek dink ons het die goeie kondisies gehad om bietjie voor te berei vir wat ons kan verwag en ja, ek dink hierdie week in Skotland en die naweek in Skotland gaan vir ons 'n paar nuwe challenges gee. Ek dink hulle is ook 'n span wat baie verander het die laaste jaar en ja, ons sien uit wat die naweek vir ons bring, maar ja, dit was regtig 'n goeie tyd tot dusver. Happy.
We can start with the news conference.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. Very interesting news this week with SA Rugby officially announcing the new Growing the Game makeover, a major reform and restructuring of SA Rugby to start enhancing departments and aspects of SA Rugby that maybe aren't performing as well as they probably should do. And it's always an interesting one when you talk about there being a lot of flaws in SA Rugby because a lot of it's masked by the performance of the Springboks. And, you know, we've known for a while that, for example, the women's game has been quite sort of far behind. The under-20 setup, for example, hasn't been quite right. We've been struggling, for example, with Currie Cup and, you know, sort of those teams. And how do we sort of fix everything else apart from the Springboks who, as we can see and as we know, continue to perform at really, really high levels. So it's an interesting one, isn't it, in terms of having to sort of understand what's going wrong when at the very highest of high levels, we are the best. And I think the main thing is that we're kind of the best despite a couple of deficiencies. And if we were to get those right, we could take on a whole different level. And I personally think SA Rugby could, there's no reason why it shouldn't be dominating in the sevens, in the men's, in the women's, you know, domestically, for example. It should just be all around the top rugby nation in the world. As far as I'm concerned, if you look at the talent, the pathways, you know, some of the systems that we have in place, competitions such as like the Varsity Cup and the likes, we've got everything we need. We've got all the ingredients to become a rugby powerhouse, and we are. You know, we're 4-time World Cup winners, 2 back-to-back World Cups now. So the question is now, where do we improve? And this is what this whole restructure has basically done. And it has obviously been spearheaded by Raymond Olhoser, who said that there was a mandate from the Executive Council basically to ring-fence the Springboks and say, right, that structure works. The Springboks works. We don't need to worry about that. How do we get everything else right? And basically to then restructure the rest of the rugby department within SA Rugby to ensure it is fit for purpose and capable of optimizing the performance of all national teams. that is what Rian Oberholzer had to say. So if we go and look at what this means, for example, this was a press release or the article that came out yesterday. So we'll go through it and talk a little bit about what some of this restructuring could potentially mean. So they've basically done a reorganization. So there are going to be 4 new work streams which will function alongside the Springboks. Once again, Springboks, nothing's changing there. They will all have a general manager in charge of every single one of these, and that will all report basically to the CEO, which is Rian Oberholzer. Basically, this is all going to be kind of basically the 5 pillars of rugby in South Africa. So Dave Wessels, who has been part of SA Rugby for a while, he will head up the new high performance department, which will drive enhanced performance across all national teams and elevate the entire high performance system. So basically, that is going to be the women's game, under 20s, URC teams, Currie Cup, basically also professional rugby and high performance rugby in the country is going to be overseen by Dave Wessel. That's going to be his sort of mandate. And the women obviously is a very big project at the moment. Swayze de Brain coming in as head coach. We're seeing a lot of improvement because we've really gone and backed them. SA under 20s have got a new coaching structure. Malusi Matetwa was actually added to that team a couple of days ago. So big movements already happening in that regard. Then there's been a renaming of the strategic performance management, and that is now going to be called participation and development. And Ian Schwartz will be the GM of that. Basically, the idea of that is the growing the game, grassroots level, community competitions, for example. I imagine school level will probably go into that as well. And I think it's a good thing. I think when you have an overhaul, the school system is a really strong system. How do we add more schools to the ecosystem, for example? How do we really grow that to sort of schools that might not have been included up until now? Because if we can have such good school rugby at the moment with, there being a select few, imagine we start doubling the amount of schools, for example, playing at that kind of level and the likes. How do we get women's rugby growing in the earlier stages? How do we make sure that women's rugby is being played at, 50, 60, 70% of schools across the country? There's then a referees department, which is going to be headed up by Banks Yantolo. And the idea is that it's going to be growing the base of the match officials and ensuring skill development with an emphasis on high performance as well as inclusivity and gender diversity. So it's about making sure that we're not just producing, for example, male referees, that everybody Toronto is not by herself. And there are lots of other women referees coming through, but she's a really good example of a success story of a South African women's referee. And it's about making sure that match officials can be absolutely anybody, because that's the whole point of it, isn't it? You don't necessarily have to be the biggest, strongest, best rugby player to be a match official. It's about the understanding of the game, your application of the game. And that should open a lot of doors to different pathways into getting involved in rugby, is being within the match official setup. And that doesn't necessarily even mean being a referee. It's, your fourth officials, it's your TMOs and your touch judges and stuff like that. How do you get involved from that perspective? It's your match referees and stuff like that. Applying the laws of the game and being involved in committees that, for example, decide on the laws of the game. And then finally, there's a medical department, which will be headed up by Clint Redhead, and they'll provide specialized attention to player safety, welfare, health, wellness, and safeguarding. Very, very important. Basically, it's about looking after our rugby players across the country. Again, not just Arcus Neyman's injury. How do we make sure that in the communities where rugby's been played on a Saturday, how are we making sure that player welfare is crucially being done properly? How do we make sure that the coaches, for example, across the country understand how to work with children, how to work with kids of different ages? How do you make sure you vet the coaches so that you've got the right people dealing with, young players and young women players, for example? And how do we make sure that we can promote all these things, but in a very safe way? How do we make sure that head contact can be kept as minimal and we can move away from head injuries? How do we decrease the amount of head injuries? How do we make rugby a game where parents are not scared of signing their children up, of making sure that the next generation is going to come through, playing rugby at different levels, playing full contact rugby, but in a safe environment? And you can't ever, take the risk away immediately. But at the end of the day, it's about, making sure that it's within an acceptable amount. Because as soon as you get to that 1% where the risk to reward is too high, then we've got to scale back. It's about finding a percentage that you can kind of work to live with and not a single percent more. Because that's the reality. If the game's not safe to play, people won't play it. And, it's such a bad example. Oh, the game's gone soft. The game's been played at a more physical level than it ever has been before. It's not an opinion, it's a fact. You look at modern day sports science and that type of athletes that are being produced, and the the sheer colossal sort of scale of collisions, for example, that are happening. It is more of a physical game than ever before, even at low levels, and it's how do we make sure we make it safe. So, in theory, according to Rian Olberholz, it says that this new structure is designed to provide increased focus in specific areas and ensure that every aspect of rugby, from player development to health and officiating, receives the focus and expertise it requires to enable success. The high performance department includes all national teams apart from the Springboks, as well as operational team service and athletic performance. So it's not just about the Bok women in the camp. It's about how do they make sure that the Bok women players, for example, are getting the support they need in the off season and the likes. He said, "We are very excited about the participation development department, which encompasses several key areas, including gender inclusive community rugby development, player and coach development. Coach development, I think, is very, very important. Training and education, transformation, data management, and funding and partnerships. Basically, taking rugby to the country, to all corners of the country." He finally then said that Banks and Clint's promotion are well deserved. Both of them have been with SRA for a very long time. They know the department, etc. And basically, after a successful placement process in the reorganization departments, SRA employees have transitioned into their new roles, which kicked off on the 1st of November. So this is not about to come into effect. It has come into effect. This is how SA Rugby, from a rugby point of view, is now being run. What do you think? Is this going to take us to the next level? Is this lip service and it's going to be more of the same? I'm personally I like the idea. In theory, once again, it's a nice plan. It comes down to the execution now, whether those 4 managers can get the job done in every one of their departments and work together to create a rugby ecosystem that is going to produce world champs after world champs after world champs. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Smash the like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Andre, you've played against Glasgow twice and won twice this year with Harlequins, then the Sharks. Yeah. Glasgow obviously provide the bulk of the Scotland team. How confident are you of winning 3 times in a row against these guys?
Yeah, well, it's a different team and different environment. So yeah, I've obviously been fortunate to play them twice this year. They're a class outfit, and like you said, they obviously make up the bulk of the squad for Scotland. But also, when they put on that jersey, they're also different players, and they play a different style of play, different rugby, and it's also a different mentality as soon as you start playing international rugby. So yeah, we're expecting a good fight this weekend. It would be great to obviously win, but it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a hard battle.
One of your predecessors in the Springboks midfield, Franco Smith, is in charge of Glasgow, obviously. How closely have you followed his career, and what role do you think he's played in Glasgow's success?
Yeah, I think he's obviously a great attacking coach. He's always innovative around the pitch, especially with there's always a surprise line out coming your way. You can always know when you play Glasgow is a quick throw or a dummy or something new and exciting. I think he's expanded their way of attacking. Just brought a new element into their game of play.
What's it like being back home, Andre? Obviously back with the Sharks. What's that been like?
Yeah, for me, it's obviously nice to be back home in Durban. A lot of factors, lifestyle, etc. I've loved my time at Quins in the UK. I wouldn't change it for anything. But yeah, for me personally, for my rugby and my family, I love being back home. It's a place that I know. It's a place where I started my rugby. And looking forward to the rest of the season there.
How do you think, if at all, it'll change your rugby and your game? Being surrounded by Springbok teammates and being on South African soil, playing with South African coaches, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think every time you join or rejoin a team, I think your rugby just evolves, because rugby evolves every day. And new coaches, new teammates, especially now with the Sharks. I mean, there's so much talent around me, from 1 to 15 or even more. So yeah, definitely hoping for my rugby to grow even more. With a team like that, you need to be able to grow and expand your game. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
And just a word on the Hugh Jones and Tuipulotu is obviously a pretty strong centre pairing, about as strong as you can get, I would imagine. Just what are you expecting from them, and
Yeah, they're obviously a great centre pair. I think we've watched many games of them tearing up through the fences in the international setup and as well for Glasgow. So, two great players. I've obviously played with Hugh Jones for a couple of years at Harlequins, so I know him quite well. And yeah, Tuplato is also he's a great player in terms of he can distribute. He's hard to run at, and he's a hard carrier as well. So yeah, it's going to be a good battle in the midfield. Yeah, but we're really keen for that and looking forward to it.
How impressed have you been with the way Hughes sort of established himself in the last couple of years since leaving Harlequins?
Sorry, say again?
How impressed have you been with Hughes since he left Harlequins and obviously re-established himself in the Scotland team?
Yeah, I think he just joined Quins and he was in between positions and then he found a position and he played really, really well. Then I know Quins didn't actually want to let him go, but eventually things worked out for him to go to Glasgow. And then, I mean, he settled in so nicely in the 13 position for Glasgow and obviously got back into the Scotland squad. I think it obviously makes it so much easier and nicer, like I've seen previously for myself, when you play with someone that's also already in that setup, like pairing up with Tuplato. So, yeah, but he's been playing brilliant rugby. He is a great player. So, yeah.
You obviously got the better of Scotland at the World Cup last year. What kind of challenge are you expecting from them at Murrayfield on Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be a tough game. It's always, I mean, the game of the World Cup wasn't a walk in the park, if you know what I mean. It was still a quite tough battle. I mean, half time we came in, it was like 6-3 or so, something like that. It's very close. So you can always expect a tough battle against them. We know they're going to be messy and in and around the breakdowns and everywhere. So yeah, we always look forward to play against them as any other team.
Can I just ask you about the mindset, obviously being part of this incredible South Africa team, double world champions, having that aura that goes with you wherever you go. I mean, what's it like as a player to be part of this squad?
I think it's for rugby players, it's one day you can be top of the world, the next day you can lose to anyone. So yes, it's good to have confidence and a bit of an aura, but also you know that any team in the top 10 could probably beat you on any given day. And that's rugby. The ball's not round. So I think for us, we just focus every week on being the best we can that week, and obviously strive to be better. You can't always be at the top and think you can't get better.
Sorry, having said that you can lose quite easily. The thing that everyone remembers from the last World Cup is 3 games decided by a point, and it was you guys who came on top. A year on, do you feel that you've still got that probably inner understanding of how to prevail in really tough games by such a narrow margin?
Yeah, I think it's probably something that everyone speaks about, but obviously the fight in the team. A lot of people would say, yes, it's lucky, it's this, it's that, but I know obviously South African players' mindset is, even if we're down and out, we're going to keep on fighting till the end. So, yeah, we obviously always have that mindset to fight through every battle, through every game. Doesn't matter how close the margin or if you're behind or in front, you keep on fighting, you don't rest.
Cool. Andre, just for you and my peeps, just being in Scotland this week, what are how's the week been so far and what are you looking forward to?
Ja, ek dink ons 'n goeie week ver. Ons het eintlik baie lekker weer gehad. Goeie preparation gehad laasweek in Jersey. Ek dink die ouens sien baie uit vir die game nou. Obviously die game is die week vir die games om te begin. Maar ja, soos ek sê, ons goed voorberei en ons sien baie uit vir die week.
Hello and welcome to Forever Box for today's video, which is the Varsity Report. Basically, this is going to be a weekly segment we do here on the Forever Box channel, which is completely Springbok dedicated channel content. So basically what we were doing on a weekly basis, we're sort of checking in with Rassie Erasmus with regards to what is his current sort of focus, his conundrum, for example, his sort of big sort of question and the likes throughout the year, basically. So it's not just during the season. This is during the off season, for example. If we have, for example, 3 or 4 really big flower performances for the weekend, what is sort of the Rassie report with regards to what are some of the things on his mind at the moment and what is he probably thinking of as we sort of go. Now, we are in the Springbok season. The Springbok team to face Scotland set to be announced on Friday, with the game kicking off at 6 p.m. South Africa Standard Time on Sunday at Murrayfield. And a very interesting week of build-up because it's been quite quiet, and yet there are a couple of small things which are quite significant that we're going to talk about. The first of that being the fact that the Boks have moved their team announcement from Thursday to Friday, and some people are thinking that this might show there could be a couple of surprise selections. So the big question we're talking about today in the Rassie report is, does he rotate or go full strength? And I suppose the big question is, what is the purpose of this tour? Now, if you look at the squad selected for this Autumn Nation series, the purpose of this tour is to win. It's to win 3 games in a row. It's to go back to South Africa with 3 in the bag, finish hopefully as number 1 side of the world, and which, by the way, other results have to go our way for that to happen. But to basically finish the season with a Rugby Championship, a 3-3 Autumn Nation series, and a 1-1 game against Ireland. So that is kind of the big sort of task for the Springbok manager. And the squad selection shows that, it is a very strong squad that has been selected. We've not really taken too many youngsters. We've taken players who have come through, for example, got the opportunities and are now kind of mainstays in the squad. So the question this weekend is, taking on Scotland, what do you do? Do you rotate or do you sort of go full strength? Now, personally, I think you should probably go full strength. I think Scotland are a good side. Certainly a side that shouldn't be underestimated. They've got some world-class players. Finn Russell is back now sort of during the test window. So expect to see him start at 10. And he's a player that can cause a lot of issues for the Boks. He's a player that can cause a lot of issues to any team out there. So with regards to rotating or full strength, I personally would be going full strength, which means that, you probably won't see the likes of Ruben Okia, Cameron Harnicle, Wilco Lowe, Jordan Hendrickson and the likes. But at the same time, there's been an interesting week of build-up with regards to players we're seeing involved in press conferences like Amakazona Pimpi, Cameron Harnicle, Andre Esterhuizen. Now, you look at the form that Andre Esterhuizen has been at the Sharks. He's been his usual wrecking ball self. But once again, he's kind of been thrust back in front of the SA public because he's now playing a team that plays in South Africa or in South Africa audience every single week. Not a lot of people were watching the Premiership where he was brilliant for the Harlequins, whereas now everybody's watching it every week, and often the only sort of positive of some of the Sharks' early results was the Andre Esterhuizen performance. So he's playing brilliant rugby. Now, does that mean he gets an opportunity this weekend? I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I'll be very surprised if Damien Delaney drops out. I personally think we'll see Andre Esterhuizen, in a game against Wales. But maybe Rassie Erasmus got something else cooking. Maybe he's got a different set of combination he would like to see in this game. Could we see an Andre Esterhuizen with a Kayla Moody, for example, or with a Makanya similarly for fullback, we've got options in Fassi and Brilliru. But also Jordan Hendrickson isn't playing there for the Sharks. And he obviously has a utility option now, 10-15, similar to what we thought League would be offering. But maybe Jordan Hendrickson actually is more of a utility player. Also can play at 12, for example. So does Jordan Hendrickson suddenly go from not being in the squad at all to now suddenly being potentially on the fringes? A player like a Wilco Lowe, who I think it'll be really good to see him get minutes in terms of building that depth. Does he suddenly leapfrog a Thomas Latoya? You just have to sort of wait his time in the wings. There's a lot of different things that could potentially happen with selection this weekend. And at the moment, we've got very little indication of the type of team we're going to see. We haven't had a Rassie Erasmus press conference in a while, for example. So we haven't had an opportunity to sort of get inside the mind of our head coach and sort of see where he's at. But by all indications from, the press releases and some of the comments being made, the idea for this tour is to win the games and to keep building the depth by building momentum. And it's a big thing, it's about that winning culture. Losing is a habit, winning is a habit. And if you're winning all the time, as players start to come in, that's the expectation. That's the bare minimum. And that
if you start saying the bare minimum standard for the Boks is to win, that's where you want these youngsters coming in and understanding that a draw is not good enough. A 3-point loss is not good enough. Unless you're winning, you're not doing enough to warrant wearing that Springbok jersey. And, building depth is not just about giving minutes here and there. It's about players having to earn those minutes and collecting results, collecting trophies, collecting silverware along the way. We're good enough to do it. We've shown this year that we can win a rugby championship whilst giving, some plus over, I think, about 10, 12 debuts this season. We've used, I think, almost 50 players across, those sort of the initial 11 games we played so far this season. Sorry, I think 10 games we played so far this season. So what do you think? Let me know down in the comments below. Would you like to see some rotation? Would you like to see us go to our full strength side? And what do you think that full strength side is? We've got a link in the description as well where you can go and actually build your Springbok team for this weekend. Screenshot that, send it to us. We might do a show where we look at some of the people's teams submit them in the lights. So check that link in the description as well. Please do subscribe to the channel. As I said, dedicated Springbok content coming to you all around the globe, wherever they are. We'll try and make sure we can get Springbok content. And the main thing is this will be a full year-round show. So whilst the Boks might only play for 6 months of the year, well, realistically about 4 months, we'll be doing Springbok content all around the year as well. So thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and we'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports, and an interesting update from the Springbok camp. Possible mind games coming from Rassie Erasmus the day after his birthday, by the way, with the 2-time World Cup winning coach celebrating his birthday yesterday. And then an interesting announcement coming out today that the Springboks have officially postponed their team announcement from Thursday to Friday. Now, traditionally, they name their teams on Tuesday for what is usually a Saturday match. We had initially thought that the team announcement would come on Wednesday, given that that's basically everything's taking place a day later. However, when the official sort of schedule came out, it was then earmarked for Thursday, and then today it's been pushed back to Friday. Now, very interesting sort of reasons as to why this might be. Possible potential injuries within camp, maybe to try and not sort of show their hands too soon. And maybe just to sort of create a couple of mind games with Scotland in terms of keeping them guessing. Before we go into some of the reason and the way this might sort of affect things, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Also, we have launched a new thing that we're going to be trying tomorrow. We're going to be doing a Predict a Team. We have launched a new plugin on our website where you can go and predict your team. The link is in the comments below. Basically, you go there and you can pick every single sort of position, and it generates a sort of a team sheet and stuff like that. You can give your score prediction as well as your prediction on the bench, and you can then screenshot that. And we're going to basically putting this out on Twitter and the likes, for example, and seeing what everybody else can sort of think of their teams. We're also going to be doing basically a fan-based team on a weekly basis where we're going to do a live stream over on Forever Box, which is our different channel. And we're going to sort of get other people to sort of pick a sort of Forever Sports team. So we'll have 2 team predictions moving forward. It'll be the Stevie P team prediction and the Forever Sports community sort of prediction. So check out that in the description below. So, yeah, as mentioned, we were supposed to get a team announcement tomorrow, and now it's going to happen on Friday. Now, what's very interesting about this team announcement is the Boks have basically got everybody, not everybody, but majority of their squad available, and especially in very crucial positions, the likes of, who your prop's going to be, who's going to be your number 5 lock, for example, in terms of your jumper, who's going to be your halfback pairing, who's going to be at 15, who's going to be in the centres. There's lots of different options, and the Boks are definitely keeping Scotland guessing with regards to the type of players they put out on media duty. Traditionally, in the past, often players who are on media duty during the week tend to be in the match day 23. Now, so far, we've heard from Ruan Nokia, for example. MJ Estazen's been on media duty. Makazolo Mapimpi's been on media duty. We heard from Cameron Harnacorn over the weekend. All players who probably we don't expect to actually be named in the side itself, given the fact that, we kind of expect us to go pretty full strength here in Scotland. But is Rassie Erasmus maybe considering not necessarily going what we would consider the traditional full strength squad? Is he maybe potentially looking at different options for Scotland? Is he maybe looking at Scotland specific options? Are they busy training, almost with 2 different teams and 2 different tactics for this week, maybe a different one for next week, maybe a different one for Wales? Because we have seen the Boks rotate a lot. The one thing I think that we kind of know from over the year is that it's very difficult to sort of guess the team that Rassie Erasmus will end up selecting, because there's always some sort of surprise. It's like, I think there's only been, the same halfback pairing starting, I think it's 2 tests or 3 tests, or 2 or 4 tests the entire year. Apart from that, it's been different halfback pairings. So, that's just a single combination. The only combinations which have been really very sort of consistent has been Damien Delende and Jesse Creel, which have been reasonably consistent. And we've also seen the Kanyam and Jesse Creel and the likes. We've seen lots of different options there. So, yeah, I think that there is a certain amount of that is going into a delay of the team announcement. I don't think it's necessarily injury related, because generally the rule would have been if you didn't train on Tuesday, you're not eligible for selection. So they could have announced the team on Wednesday, could have announced the team on Thursday. So I do think this is a certain amount of keeping the cards close to the chest, not giving Scotland additional time or opportunity to sort of analyze any potential team and get the sort of the run in. And on the box, because I do think the Scotland are a side that could cause us problems. They're a side that on their day causes anybody problems, and very excited to see what sort of response they're going to give to the box this weekend. But the nice thing when it comes to Rasmus is that as soon as anything happens, there's a bit of a stir, and there's always that sort of second guessing. And Scotland will have a lot of noise they'll be trying to block out and trying to say, "Oh, this isn't a big deal. We're not focusing on ourselves. Well, we are focusing on ourselves. We're not worrying about the opposition, but." There's always a certain amount that they will be thinking, "Oh, I wonder if he's going to spring some surprises." And it's that little bit of doubt. And the way that Rasmus plays the game, which is always so fascinating and so interesting as Bok fans. So what do you think the reasons are? What do you think? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. We'll see you guys in the next couple of days. We continue to break this down. We'll be live on Friday for the Bok announcement as well. So make sure that you do come and join us then. And until then, keep well, keep safe. Go check out that link on your team predictions. I'll chat to you very soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Sport. Some breaking news in the Springbok camp. Ruan Nokia will return home due to injury and not play any part in the Boks end-of-year tour, with World Cup winning lock Jean Kleyn called in as his replacement. A very big opportunity for Jean Kleyn, and a massive opportunity lost for Ruan Nokia, who's really starting to elevate himself into that Bok mix. And it's funny how timing can be absolutely everything when it comes to sports and sort of sports careers and stuff. Before we sort of look at it and see what this kind of might mean for Ruan Nokia, as well as what this means for Jean Kleyn, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. If you would like to go at predicting the Bok team, by the way, check out the link in the description. We have got a bit of a predictor system we are trialing, so let us know what you think of it. You can go and basically pick the entire 15, your bench split, your prediction, and basically you can take a screenshot, for example, and send it to your mates and stuff like that. But let's get into it, shall we? So, unfortunately, Ruan Nokia suffered a leg injury at training on Wednesday, which has ruled him out of the tour. In his place, Jean Kleyn, who's 31 years old, by the way, he has played 7 games. He will return to the national team for the first time this season. He was initially ruled out of the first part of the season due to an injury that had kept him out for a while. But it was left out of the squad. He made his return back, played for Munster. He's been playing really well for Munster as well, but was left out of the squad for this tour. And I thought it was quite a big decision to leave him out, to be honest, because you look at Eben Etzebeth in the number 4 jersey, and Sal Murat is the other sort of option who a lot of people are saying, is yet to really impress, and has he really taken the opportunity? And so, I do think that, we've got a PSF the toy as an option, but I do think at the moment the Boks are kind of missing that really big physical number 4 sort of option, which Jean Kleyn was last year. He came in and made the 6-2 split, 7-1 split, an option again, because we suddenly once again had 4 really good world-class locks. So I always thought it was quite strange when he was left out of this tour, because I think that he adds so much to the Boks from being a genuine backup to Eben Etzebeth, something that, a Ruan Nokia isn't necessarily. Franco Mostert, for example, can play it for, but he really is a number 5. So if we look at what Rasmus had to say, he said, it's sad to lose Ruan to injury, as he's had a fantastic season and really made a strong statement after injuries initially prompted his call-up to the squad. He said he certainly grabbed the opportunity with both hands, and we wish him luck with his recovery. He then added that Ruan's injury opens the door for Jean to make a return to the national squad for the first time this season, and judging by his performance for Munster since making a comeback to the Vodacom URC combined with his familiarity of our structures and being a regular in our team last season, so we are excited to welcome him back. He said he also played with most of the players in the squad and is familiar with the conditions in the UK as he's based in Ireland, so he should slot in with ease. And then mentioning, obviously, that the team will be announced tomorrow. And I don't expect to see Jean Klein part of the side, but again, it is very easy for him. He's currently sitting in Ireland. They would have got a phone call last night. He would have been in Scotland this morning and been with the squad already. I think it is the day off actually for the squad, so it wouldn't have really mattered. So he'll train with them for the first time tomorrow. But I do think this is a nice opportunity for Jean Klein because I think he could be a regular in the squad. I really rate him. And at 31 years old, he's in the mix for the next World Cup. I think he genuinely is. He'll be 34 in the next World Cup. So won't be one of the older players by any measure. And I think he has been a really big addition to the Boks. He played in the World Cup final. That's how important he was a year ago, which is why I found it so strange he wasn't initially in the squad, because I think that he brings so much from being a possible backup to Eben Etzebeth. I think we've been so lucky over the years that Eben's just not been injured. We've never needed to worry about him because he's just played so many games. There's a reason he is the most capped block of all time, because he's just not injured. He's fit all the time. Now, there's no guarantee that will remain the same, and the problem with that is that if he isn't fit, for example, then suddenly we've got to look at different number 4 options. And again, Solomon hasn't really taken his chance, I think as much as he probably could have, whereas I think Jean Klein last year took that chance and became a very important part of the Boks squad. So I'm very chuffed for Jean Klein because I think he has been playing really well for Munster. So it's a big opportunity lost though for Ruan Okia, who was coming through and had very good performances that I think was going to keep him keeping him in the squad. And this is an opportunity where I think he would have gotten maybe 1 or 2 games this tour, could have sort of continued to sort of up his stocks. And sometimes, Ruan Okia, for example, there's nothing he can do. He's going to go home. But if Jean Klein steps in, has a couple of really good games, then all of a sudden he kind of puts himself further up in the pecking order. This is how competitive the squad currently is, which is why it's so exciting to be a Springbok fan, because there is so much competitiveness and depth within the squad. But let me know what you think down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We'll keep you updated on any other news coming out of the camp as soon as it happens. So yeah, let me know what you think down in the comments below, and we'll chat to you soon.
Cool. Andre, just for you and my peeps, just being in Scotland this week, what are how's the week been so far, and what are you looking forward to?
Ek dink ons 'n goeie week ver. Ons het eintlik baie lekker weer gehad. Goeie preparation gehad laasweek in Jersey. Ek dink die ouens sien baie uit vir die game nou. Obviously die game is die week vir die games om te begin. Maar ja, soos ek sê, ons is goed voorberei en ons sien baie uit vir die week.
Yeah, for me, I think everything is going well. The preparation, and as Andrew saying that, I think we had the good time in terms of training in Jersey. Man, this weekend is kind of we getting there, the preparation, all of the stuff. Yeah, we're looking forward for Sunday.
But Pips, from your side, how are you feeling? What's the last couple of weeks been like for you? Like, what kind of mindset are you going into this weekend?
Yeah, I think a couple of weeks that I have, it's almost like the second week now. As I said, we had the good training a week in Jersey, and also this coming week as well. And man, I think everything is going well now. We're taking day by day. Man, I'm looking forward for Sunday.
And a word on Duan, obviously a lot of hype around him all the time, Duan van der Merwe, and just how big a competitor is he, and what are his major strengths as an opponent?
Yeah, I think Duan he's been playing like good rugby, I think, since he moved there to this side in Europe, and we've been like watching him, and I think we did play against him against the Lions tour, and also he plays for Emra. So we always playing together against each other in terms of URC. I think I've been watching him for the longest time. I think he's a quite good player.
Because really, like Andre, you've played against Glasgow and won in recent weeks. How much confidence do you take from winning at club level, or is it just irrelevant when you take on the Scottish national team?
Yeah, I think it is quite a good thing for the unions as well, and also more special for the international players, the energy that we brought to the unions, and also winning to the unions and going back to the Springbok. I think it's one of the confidence that we actually needed to come back to the Springbok, and yeah, I think it's quite amazing.
How much did you enjoy your last trip to Murrayfield when you scored the 2 tries?
Yeah, that was probably 3 years ago or 4 years. Yeah, I think I did enjoy myself. I mean, Emirates, it's quite a nice place. Except it's kind of cold. I'm not used to the conditions. I guess this time it's not that cold as last time.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports for today's World Rugby Rankings preview ahead of the first real serious week of the Autumn Nations series, and an opportunity for South Africa to go back to #1 in the world. However, their fate is not entirely in their own hands, with them needing Ireland to not win tonight against New Zealand if this were to be the case. But yeah, potentially lots and lots of different movement across the next few weeks with lots of very interesting games, like Ireland versus New Zealand tonight, like South Africa versus Scotland this weekend. But before we get into the permutations and sort of the movements that can happen, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so we're really back. We are, aren't we? And very, very excited to see what South Africa is going to do against Scotland on Sunday. But the big game of the weekend is probably tonight, Ireland versus New Zealand, and it should be an absolute cracker. And a big opportunity for Ireland to actually extend their lead on the top of the world ranking tables, which is where they sit currently. So let's get into it, shall we? So the big thing is, at the moment, Ireland currently sit at 92.12 points on the top of the log. South Africa with 91.77. Now, that is due to the fact that we lost that game to Argentina, and also the game that we lost to Ireland. Had we beaten Ireland, we probably would have had a bigger rise. They probably would have had a slightly bigger fall, and we probably would have been able to cope with that loss to Argentina. But that loss to Argentina, and then when we played against them, because they were then so low, we couldn't really gain enough against Ireland. That's how the rankings work. So at the moment it goes Ireland, South Africa, New Zealand, France, but France quite a lot further back, to be honest. It's 92.12, 91.77, 89.67. So let's go through some of the highlights, shall we? So South Africa will return to #1 in the world if they beat Scotland on Sunday, and Ireland failed to beat New Zealand. However, if we were to draw to Scotland and Ireland lose, we would still return to #1. Ireland, however, are guaranteed to remain on top of the rankings if they beat New Zealand. Doesn't matter what happens on Sunday. If they win tonight, they will stay #1. Their advantage could increase to 3.35 rating points if they win and Scotland beats South Africa. Given the fact that Scotland is down in 7th place at the moment, there'll be a large drop of points from South Africa if we were to lose to them. New Zealand could also end the weekend as #1 for the first time since the 2019 Rugby World Cup semi-final if they beat Ireland and South Africa lose to Scotland, which would see the All Blacks go from 3rd to 1st. If South Africa were to draw, then New Zealand need to beat Ireland by more than 15 points to get that top spot and swap places with Ireland. France cannot improve their rating as Japan, as a result of 14.65 difference between the two sides before the home weighting is factored in. But there is plenty of other movement across the other potential teams. So, I lost my place here. Here we go. 4 teams can end the weekend in 4th. So at the moment, France are currently 4th, but Argentina, England, and Scotland can all go into 4th if France were to lose to Japan at home. Argentina will jump up to 2 places in 4th if they beat Italy and France are beaten, regardless of what happens between England and Australia. For England to go up to 4th, they need to beat Australia and hope that Argentina and Scotland also do not win, as well as France losing by more than 15 points. So far more complicated for them to go into 4th. If Argentina and Scotland do win, then England will fall down to 6th place, even if they beat the Wallabies by more than 15 points, too, if France is defeated by a smaller margin. England have not been as low as 7th since February 2016. Scotland must win by more than 15 points if Argentina secure a narrow victory in order to reach a new high of 4th place. So they have to beat the Boks quite substantially. Whilst Italy are currently at their highest ever position of 8th and cannot go any higher, even if they beat Argentina by more than 15 points, as there's another combination of results to make this possible. But they could improve their ranking and then next week potentially move up. It says that Azuri could beat Los Pumas and still fall a place if Australia beat England at Allianz Stadium. I mean, you wonder about the logic of that. You know, Italy go and beat Argentina, who are ranked 2 sides up, but can fall below to Australia if Australia were to beat England, who's only 1 side ranked up than Argentina. Bit of a strange one, that, but that's the system. And Fiji could climb as many as 2 places with a victory over Wales, depending on the scoreline and the different results, whilst Wales cannot improve on the 11th place that they currently sit at the moment. However, they could drop as low as 12 if they lose to Fiji by more than 15 points and Japan were to beat France by the same margin. Japan would jump 3 places in this case, also climbing above both Samoa and Georgia, who are not playing this weekend. And Georgia's actually playing All Blacks 15 at the moment. And there's a whole bunch of games with sort of Portugal and the like. So there's quite a lot of movement that could potentially happen on the rankings. So, and this is what's always been interesting, because this is kind of the next 3 weeks, 4 weeks will determine how these rankings will end at the end of the year, when we have, you know, the World Rugby Awards and the best team of the year, etc., etc. So at the moment, I think the best team of the year, it will be between Ireland and South Africa. And I think this Autumn Nation Series might very well determine that. I wouldn't be surprised if Ireland were to win the team of the year, given the fact that if they were to go beat New Zealand tonight, for example, it would be an interesting one, wouldn't it? Because they've won the Six Nations, lost one to South Africa, beat South Africa. South Africa only lost 1 game so far this season. So it's going to be quite a bit of a tussle between the two, I think, for World Team of the Year. But what do you think of the rankings? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Box. For an interesting video today, we're going to be talking about the top 5 greatest Springbok captains. And very interested to see if anybody disagrees with the list, for example, how they would change it, and if there are any candidates that have been left off that they would probably include. And there's a lot of great players who have captained the Springboks, for example. But in terms of sort of the greatest captains, we're looking at players who made a massive difference, players who led the team to trophies, to World Cups, back-to-back World Cups, and players who have sort of left quite a long, enduring legacy during their time as captain. Before we get into the list, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Lots of these kind of videos coming up, so let me know any other sort of lists or any other sort of content Springbok related you would like to see. Always up for suggestions down in the comments below. We're going to start from number 5 and work our way up to number 1. And in 5th place, I've actually gone with Jean de Villiers. He might not be sort of remembered as a major sort of Springbok captain, and a lot of that's because of the World Cup sort of situations where he got injured, obviously, in the build-up to that Rugby World Cup in 2015. You know, had he played, it could have been a different story, for example. I don't know if he would have made that much of a difference, but it was such a close World Cup, but we did come 3rd, and I feel he was kind of robbed of that as a captain. But he actually captained the side 37 times. He had a 65% win percentage. During that time with Heineken May, he was sort of Mr. Reliability. And yeah, I think that he's someone who should have played a few more games due to injury. He had a great career anyway, but it would have been interesting to see what he could have done as a captain with sort of more opportunity. In number 4, I've gone with some people who think of him as one of the greatest Springbok captains, if not the greatest, and that is Gary Teichmann, who took over from Francois Pienaar and was captain of the Springboks during the most successful period the Springboks have ever had with regards to games being won, for example. On this list, he's got the highest win percentage. 72% of the games he captained, he actually won. This includes that incredible 17-match consecutive winning streak that they had during his time as captain. And you know, the biggest sort of thing when it comes to Gary Teichmann is that he was given the captaincy after just 6 tests. You know, he was given it very new in his Springbok career, and he went on to sort of revolutionize what it meant to be a Springbok captain. And obviously that whole controversy, you know, with Nick White dropping him for the World Cup is an interesting one, because that is in many ways, you know, what people believe is one of the reasons that we potentially didn't win. That was one of the worst things that could possibly have happened. The team kind of fell apart a little bit
it eventually sort of actually led to Nick Mallet resigning. And he has spoken retrospectively about the fact that it was a big mistake to drop him. And whilst he admitted that his form had dropped, I think he didn't maybe acknowledge the role he played as a leader. And that's a very interesting one. We talk about some of the other guys on this list in terms of when their form has potentially sometimes not always been at the best, but their presence as a person, as a leader, and in the changing room is so paramount to success. Number 3, I've gone with Francois Pienaar. I mean, it doesn't get much more iconic, does it, than the video and the photo of him receiving the Webb Ellis Cup from Nelson Mandela in the 1995 World Cup, the first ever Springbok World Cup winning captain, one of the most iconic figures in Springbok history, and you almost quite tempted to put him in sort of the top 2. But at the end of the day, he captained the 29 games, and he won 65% of them, which is quite a common number, by the way, in this list. What a great servant to SA Rugby. And second place, I've then gone with John Smith. Now, we speak about players who, as a person, as a captain, was so big for the team. I mean, sometimes I think John Smith's playing ability is overlooked, but we often remember him for the latter stage of his career when Bismarck du Plessis was coming through as the world's best hooker, basically, when he had to then move into tight head prop, and he did so willingly. For me, it was all about team first, and I think that sort of mentality is something that we're not seeing really at the moment, where it's whatever can do for the team. Now, he captained the Boks on 54 occasions. He's won a World Cup. He won the British and Irish Lions Series. He won 2 Tri-Nations. He is the most decorated Springbok captain in terms of the number of games. For example, he's captain, so maybe not the right phrasing, but he's captained the Boks on more occasions than any other. Siya Kolisi, I expect, will overtake him, but what a personality, and very different type of captain from what we've sort of seen. Very quite softly spoken at times, had a very good rapport with the refs, was a very good person, very diplomatic, and a bit sort of different to some of the other characters. When it comes to number 1, you can't look further than Siya Kolisi, 2 times Rugby World Cup champion, 2 times Rugby Championship champion, and a British and Irish Lions Series. He's captained the side, I think, on about 49 games now. I think it should be about the 50th game this weekend if he does captain the Boks on Sunday against Scotland. The greatest story in rugby, isn't it? A boy from Zwede going up to captaining the Springboks for not just 1 but 2 Rugby World Cups. And he's a player who he becomes a different player when he puts the Springbok jersey on. I don't think anybody has ever bled the green and gold of the jersey more than Siya Kolisi in terms of what it means to play for the Springboks. And, there's been times where he's not been playing his best rugby, especially at club level, and there's been conversations about, does he deserve to be there? And he puts on a Bok jersey and then he'll just pull out a performance, for the ages. It's interesting because he's not a captain that plays 80 minutes. He's a captain that empties the tank and at 55 minutes, 60 minutes, he's off. But the personality in the change room, what he gets out of the players, the way he trusts other players around him, he's not an ego. He's very much aligned with Rassie Erasmus in terms of leaving the ego at the door. I mean, there's an argument that I think you could make him and Richie McCaw probably the 2 greatest rugby captains of all time. And I personally would have no issue with saying Siya Kolisi is the greatest rugby captain of all time. Off the field, on the field, in the change room, in the press conference, the humility, the way he carries himself, the way that he's so prepared to talk about the fact that he's so far from perfect, that he's not, your shining, amazing example of done everything right, but, that humility, that willingness to acknowledge his mistakes is what makes him such a special captain. So that's my list. Where would you guys change? Who would you add? I mean, Victor Batfield captained on plenty of occasion. Recently we've seen the likes of Mongi Manambi, Evan Etzebeth, BITDEFENDER, some of those players are some of the greatest Springboks to have captained this side. But there's a difference between a great Springbok that has captained and a great Springbok captain. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you all soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. Massive news. Return of the Nuke Squad. Rassie Erasmus has officially named a 7-1 split for the clash against Scotland this weekend. And what a 7-1 split it is. Evan Etzebeth will captain on Sunday because Siya Kolisi, PSF, the toy, all on the bench. And what's going to be a very interesting clash and a very strange teams announced. Not a lot of the regulars that we thought was going to be involved have been selected. And I tell you what, if things are going badly, then this is the kind of players you would like to come off the bench to try and save a game. But personally, I think that I don't think we're going to need them, to be honest. I think it's still a pretty good side. But Russia, up to his usual mind games, put it this way, it's not a team Scotland would have prepared for. It's not a team that Scotland would have expected us to have selected, which makes it very exciting. Before we look at the team, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, this is what Rusty Erasmus has named. Make it a little bit bigger so you can read it. It is mental. Let's go through it, shall we? In the starting lineup, Oxen Chair, Bongi Manami, Thomas Tutoy. The tight five is probably the only thing we really expected, to be honest. Eben Netzved, Franco Mostert. That was kind of predicted. I had my predicted team. When we did a poll of all the different people selecting their teams, all the different favorite sports viewers and stuff like that, that is the tight five that actually came out. So the big news is Franco Mostert returning and an opportunity for Thomas Tutoy to start, given the injury to France Malherbe. Oxen Chair, best loose head in the world. No issue saying that whatsoever. For me, could be in the World Player of the Year nominations and not look out of place, to be honest. Even captaining it, well, you look at the side, it kind of makes sense. Franco, good to see him back. But a very interesting looking loose trio. It is Marco Verstappen, Albert Lowe, and Quagga Smith. Albert Lowe, who 3-4 months ago wasn't even in and around that box setup. He now gets a start on the end of year tour. So really impressive rise from him in terms of getting himself in the mix, taking his chance, and keeping himself, very high up on Rusty Erasmus's list of players who he can rely on. You then got Marco Verstappen. He doesn't get a lot of starts. So an opportunity for him. He's a player who's always in and around the squad, but when you're playing behind the Springbok captain, they're always going to struggle to get game time and often isn't included in any sort of bench as well. And then Quagga Smith, well, it is his 50th game, so they always talk about wanting to start players in their 50th game, so they have gone with that option, so he will start in the number 8 jersey. Jaden Hendrickson starting was really good to see. I did call, I wanted to see him start. I think he's absolutely world-class, and I think that he is just... Yeah, I think he'll be starting many, many games going forward. He'll partner Andre Pollard, which is the safe way of going it. I was really hoping to see Moyne Leibach, especially what we saw from against Scotland a year ago. But look at the rest of this backline. Makazole Mapimpi, there's plenty of experience there. But then Kanan Moody on the other wing there. Hasn't played a lot of rugby for the Boks this season, has Moody. And to get a nice start early on in the tour is really good for him. And then in the centres, Andre Estes next to Lekanya It's not a combination we've seen this year. So, we wondered if that was maybe a hint that he's starting or whether maybe Rusty Erasmus was just trying to get Scotland to second guess. And then Billy Leroux will get an opportunity to get close to that week 100 mark. No Apele Fassi, who I'm sure will be involved next week. Let's get on to the big talking point. Look at that bench. Malcolm Marx, Gerard Stenenkamp, Vincent Koch, Archias Neyman, Sir Khaleesi, Peter Steph Toy, Jasper Wiese, the one backline player on the bench, and that is Grant Williams. Absolutely ridiculous bench. If that bench doesn't win you a game, no bench physically will, because it is absolutely ridiculous. And I mean, to be honest, we could look at adding in a Jean Clay into that mix as well, in a week's time, and be able to replace both locks. But you've got Peter Steph Toy, you can cover lock as well. So he brings that sort of versatility. And Archias Neyman, one of the form forwards of the URC, Peter Steph, the toy potential world player of the year. Malcolm Marx, on his day, the best hooker in the world. It is silly. Absolutely silly. And I just don't see how Scotland cope, to be perfectly honest, with that bench. I don't see how you can cope as a team when you've got a reasonable starting. The only way that Scotland can cope is if they were to start like a house on fire, put the Boks under immense pressure early on, score points, get yourself a lead, and then try and hold on to it. Because, that sort of bomb squad, that kind of experience and form and class coming off the bench, it's almost like Mission Impossible to try and counteract that. And that's the big thing at the end of the day. It's not just the fact that the Boks can deploy 6-2-7-1. It's just the quality involved in those. And that's often what actually, influences the decision on which one to go with. What sort of quality can we bring off the bench? Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough quality if you go 6-2? If you go 7-1, is there enough quality? Well, there is quality aplenty in that mix. But so a very interesting team. Well, let me know what you think down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Lassie, thinking back to the World Cup game, you had a kind of masterful shutdown of Scotland's attack, which everyone thought was a very good attack, probably is still a good attack, but you completely shut it down. Is there something similar in mind? Do you think Scotland's attack has improved? Do you have a bigger job in trying to shut it down this time?
Yeah, I remember when we that week leading up to the Scottish Test match. I mean, I think everybody asked, "Is this the best Scottish team ever? Is this the best attacking Scottish team ever?" I know that was more or less a narrative during the week. Well, we kept them to 3, and we actually think they attack now with the variation and how they do the kicking game, and not just Finn running from all over. They're definitely keeping us guessing, because what they did in the Six Nations games and what they did against Fiji is total opposites. But yeah, just if you look at that team, that back line, and I know Darcy is out now with the concussion, but I mean, Duan is lethal, Finn. Yeah, I don't know why I've got the weird feeling Hastings is going to start and Finn is going to play off the bench. I might be totally wrong. I don't know why I feel that. But no, they're a class team. And yeah, we live in reality. You know, although we beat them 18-3, we know what happened in that game and how tight that game was.
Can I ask you, the great Jim Telfer used to say, as a player and a coach, he used to feed off fear of losing, in that he used to use the kind of worst case scenario to inspire him to make sure it didn't happen. Is that old school thinking, Lassie, or is there still a bit of that in the game?
Yeah, I think we're definitely trying to move away from the fear of losing. I think we all have fear of losing because you're representing your country, and same the Scottish players will be the same and the Scottish coaches will be the same. But I think we're trying to lean more towards the fear that we did not leave everything out there, that we don't have regrets when we sit in the change room afterwards and say, but we played within ourselves, or we weren't brave enough to try something or to do something. But we all have fear of losing. It's never nice, what happens after losing. But yeah, we try not to make that our cornerstone. More not disappoint people in the effort that we put onto the field.
Lassie, did you see Scotland updating their team? They've got Tom Jordan at 15, which not many of us saw coming. Did you see that coming?
No, who's 10?
Somebody called Finn Russell.
What is it from there? I was wrong. I said to the guys, yeah.
King Horn's on the bench. King Horn's on one.
On the wing, yeah. We thought they'll play King on the wing. I didn't see the fullback coming. And then obviously Duan is on the other side, and the same two centres with the captain there. 9?
Ben White.
Okay, yeah, no, and then they've got that back line, and certainly our players have told us, and our analysis on Glasgow and Edinburgh, they're very competitive in the line-outs. It's difficult to get the ball on your terms, and it's difficult to disrupt them, and they've got a special way in stopping mauls as well. I didn't see the fullback coming, but we thought when what's his name was still injured, Darcy Graham, we had a feeling that they might put the best guy under the high ball at wing, which they did. So we'll have to do some homework in the next 24 hours too, on him specifically, the fullback.
Elric, from your side, another opportunity. How are you feeling? Just talk to us about the ability to play 7 and 8 and how comfortable you are in both spaces.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be able to play again. It's going to be my first test against Scotland and my first time playing at Murrayfield, so I'm really excited. And yeah, being able to play 7 or 8, I think it gives Coach Rassi and them a bit more options when choosing a side, but I don't mind whichever position I play.
It's a bit of a new look, kind of loose trio as well. Just how you see yourself fitting in there, and just speak a bit about the balance in that loose trio and then with the other two guys as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think Kwacha and Marco is excellent on the ball. Both very physical, very energetic players. Where I feel I might be more of a ball carrying loose forward. So I think it's a good and interesting combination.
Rassi, do you think that the gap at the top of rugby between the very, very best and the rest is getting bigger, If so, do you see that changing anytime soon?
I don't want to sweet talk or give you a cliche answer, but I really think a lot of people, Scotland think they're going to win on Sunday, and we know if we're a little bit off our game, we're in for a very, very tough, long day. And as you said, the aura of Murrayfield, and people forget the aura of Twickenham, and just when you drive to the field and there's horses in front of the bus, there's a lot of things like that plays the role, and the way the crowd are, and the way you handle the pressure and stuff like that. And a guy like Finn is just so comfortable there, and it looks like he's running a orchestra there. So sometimes it was 6-3 at halftime. Mane had a no-look kick, and he caught it, and we pulled away, and we got another 2 penalties, I think. So, that's not a big margin. And they're number 6 in the world. I remember when we took over in 2018, we were 6 in the world, and within a year and a half, we won the World Cup. So things can change very quickly. I think Australia can, like this, turn it around if certain things happen. I think the All Blacks, as you can see, England almost beat them, and everybody said England was on a downward slope. So I wouldn't say the gap is getting bigger. It's just phases where teams are in. Sometimes I know people hate rebuilding with that word, but it's just some guys are getting old and younger guys come in, and coaching staff changes and philosophies changes, and in that I think all teams like to peak in the World Cup while trying to win everything. So the rankings almost for me in the first 3 years towards the World Cup, it's almost a bit irrelevant. It's just if you can try and win every test match, and build squad depth. That's what we're trying to do. So we don't look as much to the rankings as we should. So I think a number 6 team can beat a number 1 or 2 team on the day, definitely.
Do you see Murrayfield as one of the iconic rugby stadiums to play in?
Oh, without a doubt. No. I played here. I loved it here. I just think the bagpipes and the anthem. Sometimes you catch yourself singing with, when it's the anthem. So that's almost the nice part of rugby always. It's all in it. We want to go at each other, and it's physical domination, and from them and us, and trying to match each other's power and speed and skills. But there is also a kind of it's nice to run out of the crowd, front of the crowd like that. It's a good feeling. It's exciting.
When you came through to win the World Cup in 2019, how much of that was tactical, changing around the player pool? How much of it was upstairs?
2019.
Yeah.
2019 we most coaches started at the mechanical things, the things that we can quickly align, and that's normally scrum, maul, defense, breakdown. Even the attack becomes a little bit mechanical. And we just said, let's see how quickly we can align this group of players in a year and a half. We were building towards 2023. Then COVID struck us in 2020, and then we had the Lions in 2021, and we couldn't really build a lot. And I think after the French game in 2022, we really decided that. So there, 2019, it was basics. Let's just do the basics and the mechanical stuff. In 2023, at 2022, just after we played the French, we realized that rather than keep moaning about a scrum penalty or more penalties, which is very tough to referee, and we were certainly one of the teams that was sometimes unhappy. But then we got Jaco Piper in, and I spoke to Nigel Owens, and he said, but if you only rely your game on the difficult stuff, what the referee must always make a decision on, and he gets 2 wrong and you bugger up 2, then your 4 chances is gone. So we realized that we'll definitely have to do also more expansive game where the referee doesn't have to make these big decisions. So I think that's the difference between 2019 and 2023.
Rossi, is the 7-1 bench more about Scotland's strength?
Afternoon everybody, and also the guys and ladies back home. Ja, vir al die mense by die huis, net gou vinnig miskien so 'n bietjie van 'n wrap-up. Ek dink die ding met die meeste uitstaan is natuurlik die 7-1 wat ons gekies het. Net so 'n bietjie konteks daar te gee. Natuurlik glo ons dit gee mense 'n bietjie van 'n edge met risk. Natuurlik risk daar in Wolf, maar as ons 'n bietjie denke ook agter dit, daarom het ons speel in 6 dae Engeland. En ons hoop met hierdie sal ons pak forwards nie heeltemal pap wees wanneer ons in Engeland speel nie, dat mense sal amper halfte kan speel omdat daar 6 dae turnaround is. So dit was die uit en uit net vir die 7 spelers se inpak. Dis die eerste ding. Kwagga speel natuurlik sy 50ste toets. Toe ons besluit om hom te start, ons ook besluit manne soos Elderig en 'n hele paar ander manne te start met die oog op die toekoms. Ons weet wat die manne van die bank af kan doen. Ons besluit om dit bietjie om te draai terwyl Kwagga nou sy 50ste game speel. Ons probeer altyd as iemand
Right, hello everybody and good evening and welcome to Forever Sports. Springbok action is back and we will have Bok action in about 15 minutes. Or 20 minutes actually, call 20 minutes, which is very exciting because we haven't had Bok action for about a month and we all want to watch the World Champs at all times, don't we? But we will finally get to Springbok action very, very shortly. So welcome to the Watchalong, welcome to the channel, welcome to the stream. If you guys are new, make sure you smash like on the video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well because lots of Springbok coverage coming up in the next few hours, including obviously the Bok game. We've got player ratings later. We've got press conferences and the likes. So kickoff is in 20 minutes, by the way. 10 past 6 is the official kickoff when we will see the two teams out and about. And what a game we have in store for us. It's been a very interesting weekend. Fiji beating Wales for the first time. Wallabies beating England last night. France and Argentina, big wins, both hitting 50 this weekend. We had New Zealand versus Ireland on Friday with New Zealand managed to beat Ireland. So it's been a very interesting weekend of rugby so far. And hopefully, we're not going to see any upsets tonight. I want to see a very dominant performance from the Boks is the idea. But it's not a bad Scotland shot on the side. We're going to have to be good if we're going to beat them as well as we would like to beat them. So very excited to see what's happening. We're going to go through the team in just a bit. Before we do, I want to do a bit of a check-in. So I want you guys to let me know where you are watching the game in the comments below. We're going to do a bit of a check-in. We kind of play like a little bit of a, what's the word? Basically, like play a bit of a game. We kind of try and tick off all the continents and the countries. So we try and see how many countries and how many continents are we streaming to. And you guys can get involved in that by letting me know in the comments below where you're watching the game from. Are you in South Africa? Are you in England? Are you in Scotland? Are you, in America? Where are you guys watching it from? Let me know down in the comments below, and we'll do a bit of a check-in and see if we can try and tick off all the different continents and countries. But also, please do smash like on the video. Seeing 105 likes, almost 900 people watching. Welcome back to Springbok Watchalongs. And get ready for what's going to be a very fun few weeks. The last 3 weeks of Bok action gets underway today. And very interesting team, obviously, being announced. So let's start with the Scottish side. And we'll put the teams on screen very shortly. And you can have a look at exactly who's who in the zoo. And very interested to see how things go. Because it's been an interesting weekend of rugby. And I think that there's been some good results, but I also think that, for example, the Boks at the moment are just too good, really, to be honest, for a lot of teams. And it's very, very exciting to be in a situation where we're going to go into every single game, not knowing, but very, very confident that we're going to win and we're going to get a result. And it's a very unique situation because we've had very good Bok teams, but I do think this is probably the best Springbok rugby's been in the last sort of 12 months. And hopefully we continue to do that. So if that is the case, then hopefully in theory we should hopefully be able to get a pretty straightforward win, because I think Scotland are a good side, but they're not a side that should beat the Boks at the end of the day. And yes, they're at home. Conditions, for example, might favour them and the likes, but it's still a Scotland side you expect to beat. And as the world champions, that idea of expectation is a big thing. We do expect to beat Scotland. We do expect to beat most teams, all teams really. So I see a lot of people are checking in at the moment. Brandon watching from Cape Town, Dorian from South Africa, Estelle Forster also in South Africa, Chris Groenewald, another Cape Townie, Archie Sam watching from France. Are you going to show the game? Unfortunately, we can't show him in footage. And Joanne checking in from Bulgaria, Alka watching from Sunderland in the UK, Andrews Koopman in South Africa, as is Ruth also in South Africa, Heinz watching from Wilhelmshaven in Germany, Alison is a Safa watching from Scotland. So nice to see the check-in. We're going to look at the Scotland side and we'll look at the Springbok side a little bit later to really sort of dive into the 7-1 split and the big decisions by Rassie Erasmus in terms of who he's left out and the kind of risks potentially involved in the 7-1 split and the like. Before they look at that, let's have a look at the Scotland side, because it's a very interesting side. Very keen to see what everybody has to say about it. And so before we look at the South African side, let's have a look at exactly what Scotland have got for us today. It's a good Scotland side, but again, I think in theory we should have too much. But this is the Scotland side that is lining up very, very shortly. Right, so a good Scottish side that has been named by Gregor Townsend, and very cool to see that Dylan Richardson is back in the mix. A bit of a Sappers abroad type of situation. He is on the bench after playing pretty well for the Sharks recently. He is one of the many South Africa expats, for example. Duan van der Merwe is obviously starting, as is Pierre Schoeman. No Carl Steyn this weekend. But as always, a lot of ex-staffers, sort of not ex-staffers, current staffers, but play for Scotland, floating around in that Scottish side, which always has a bit of a South African flavour. Which again, I don't really mind. I think I find it quite weird, for example, how so many people get so triggered about the idea of playing for Scotland, for example. Look, to be fair, Andre Esterhuizen kind of sort of threw that out there a little bit during the week, basically saying that he'd rather have his 18 caps for the Boks than 60, 70 caps for any country that he's not born in. So he's definitely thrown it out for a little bit of controversy. And I suppose, stoke some fires. Let's see what everybody has to say. But the main talking point this weekend is obviously the Boks side, given the fact we've gone with a 7-1 split. Absolute mental to think that we're actually doing it again, by the way. And especially this particular split. I mean, the bench is disgustingly good. So much experience, so many world-class players involved. You kind of just sit there going, how do you cope with this? And I think that's the main thing Rassie Erasmus has gone with. It's basically like, well, this is our bench, try and cope. And basically, good luck. Interestingly, by the way, tonight, our referee is Christoph Ridley, who is 31 years old. And he's been assisted by Luke Pearce and Craig Evans, with Ian Tempest, the TMO. But interesting to see how Chris Ridley goes. He's come through the setup quite quickly. He started refereeing about 8 years ago, so he's been around for a while, as most referees have. But youngster, with regards to in refereeing terms, really at 31 years old. So interesting to see how he goes. As we do get our first pictures of Murrayfield, looking really, really good as always. Conditions looking, by the way, absolutely fantastic for some of the running rugby. Hopefully we will see that. Looks a little bit cloud cover, but nothing too much. And Kwak Smith, by the way, ready to lead the Boks on for his 50th game. But in case you missed the team announcement, this is how the Boks are lining up. And we'll chat a little bit more about it after this. Right, as you can see, a 7-1 split. Massive call from Rassie Erasmus. And what a 7-1 split is. I mean, you look at that bench. And, I mean, Malcolm Marks, 70, 80 caps on. Gerard Stennekamp, obviously, he's the most inexperienced player. The only World Cup winner. The only non-World Cup winner on the bench. But Vincent Koch, plus 50 caps. Archie Snyman, 30, 40 caps. But one of the best in the world on his day. Siya Kolisi, 89 caps, I think it is today. You've got PSF the Toy, he's got about 85 caps. You've got Jasper Visa, and then Grant Williams, your only backline option on the bench. So it's a huge call, and it's an interesting call. And I'm interested to see what everybody has to say about that sort of the 7-1 split, because it can go badly in terms of injuries. You know, if you get an injury, for example, to Andre Pollard, you've got Billy Lurie who's going to have to fill in at 10. You know, if you get an injury to Billy LaRue, for example, then, you know, you're probably going to have to make Kane Moody at 15, who's never played at 15 at international rugby. So there is definitely a risk related to the selection. There's no doubt about that. That part we can't even begin to deny. You know, it is a risky selection. But I no guarantee it's going to work. But at the end of the day, if you don't get the injuries, for example, that I mentioned, then you can potentially go into the second half of the game and then unload a whole new bench, which is going to be absolutely stacked. So before we go to the national anthems, we've now got a couple of people checking in over here earlier on. So somebody from Italy, for example, a couple of guys in Canada. We've got Cape Town. We've got lots of Cape Town apparently from the chat. But I want to get your score predictions. Get your score predictions down in the comments below. Let me know what you think is going to happen in the game. And we're going to go to the national anthem, and then we'll have a look at some of the score predictions. So let me know what you guys think. Box by 5, box by 10, box by 20, Scotland by 5, Scotland by 10. What are you thinking with regards to your score predictions? Clinton earlier say, sorry, the 7% on for Scotland. It's the wrong group for you guys. Yeah, we've got almost over 3,000 votes in terms of who you are supporting. And there are do seem to be a couple of Scotland fans. And we're going to end that poll, by the way, and ask a new question, which is going to be, who will win this clash? Question mark, South Africa or Scotland, or a draw. I got to throw the option out for a draw. So there it is. So there might be a draw there. And Craig Morgan has thrown out the first score prediction of the evening, saying 35-18. Bokker. Fortunate saying, I'm in grade 8 and soon to be a Springbok for my proud country. Love the work there. Estelle saying, hi brother, this is Steve from Saldanha in the Western Cape. Deerbolt going with SA by 23. Right, let's go to the national anthems. Then when we get back, we will have kickoff very shortly. Please, again, if you're new, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel, and national anthems, and then we are good to go. right, there we go. Anthems are underway. We will kick off very, very shortly. And a couple of other score predictions here. Barry earlier saying SA 55, Scotland 15. Dylan reckons that Scotland is winning. Heinz said that Box first half by 5, second half by 15. So I suppose technically been 20 overall in theory. Yeah, here we go. We are ready. Murrayfield is packed to the rafters, and what a game we have coming up. Not a fan, by the way, of the Scotland jersey, which is weird, because generally I think Scotland jerseys are usually very nice, but this jersey is a bit of a shocker, to be honest. The front of it's not too bad, with that whole sort of faded blue into white, but the back's not lacquer. No, not lacquer. Andrew's saying South Africa by 41, and Anthony reckons Box by 30. Right, let's see if we can try and get to 150 likes for kickoff, people. We need another 18 to get there. Please do smash a like if you guys are watching the video. Welcome to the Watchalong. Welcome to the channel if you are new. And welcome to Chris Ridley, who I think is his first ever Bok game that he's going to referee. And at 31 years old, big game for him. Here we go. Springboks with kickoff, and they'll be playing left to right as Andre Pollard gets us underway down that left-hand side. Early touch for... I think it's Rory Dodge actually underneath it. We'll have to confirm such a statement, but looked like it was. And we're going to have a first early kick here from Ben White, who will partner Finn Russell in the halfback pairing. He does go to the air, will not look to find touch. Early tester for Valerie, goes inside to Pollard, goes short to Kwaka Smith in his 50th game. And gets the ball away to Bongi Manambi. Bongi Manambi goes on the left-hand side, decides to go by himself. Box on the halfway line. And Jane Hendrickson looking for options, goes on the right side to Eben Etzebeth. Captain today is Eben as he continues to extend that lead for the most caps Springbok ever. Back in the pocket. Here's Andre Pollard who goes to the boot. Not his best kick. And Katie Moody's are underneath it. Will give chase. Pops it back to Andre Esthazen, who gets a bit of a rare start. Ball available for Jane Hendrickson and the team. The touchdown just get involved. Yeah. And very good first here. Andre Pollard. Long pass out wide to Maximo Pimp. He has to wait for it. Now Maximo Pimp can get on his bicycle. And eventually brought down by Finn Russell. Box on the front foot. Your ball available for Jane Henderson. Right up in that left-hand touchline to Kwaka Smith at first receiver. Good defense so far, yeah, from Scotland. Now Pollard, not too many options. Goes to the boots. Looking for the space in behind there. Doing front of him is going back. And he does mark it very well. Good work that from the winger. Not too bad from the box. They're just kind of settling into things. And from the restart, they go find touch, and it's just past 10 meter line. We'll have an early launcher. Bongi Man will be able to get into his work for the day. And over the top there, Albert Lowe at receiver there, battling his way through. Decides not to offload. It goes himself. Box got the ball on the 10 meter line here. Jaden Henderson goes to the left hand side. Eben Etzebeth. Good carry from the skipper for the day. Shickley's coming on later. Henderson now goes to Andre Esthazen. Agent of Chaos is what he's often called, is Andre Esthazen. And a big counter-attack coming from Xander Ferguson. And Jaden Henderson's trying to get that ball out. And the Kanye gets it back to Oxen Che. Offloads it to Eben Etzebeth. He'll just take contact here with Eben. Fighting hard in the contact, to be fair, to try and get it down. It does get it down. And penalty, right? This could be the first points of the game. We've got a penalty just past 10 meter line. And ball goes straight back to Andre Pollard. Although it looks like he's the one who's going to touch here. No, we're not taking the 3. There's absolutely no thought about taking the 3. We want maximum points. And Andre Pollard has found touch right on the 5 meter line. So an early opportunity here for potential try. The counter-attack from Xander Ferguson was initially very good. So... good line, that's Franco Mostert. Back in the side. And the penalty advantage here for South Africa. Jane Henderson looking for the ball. Quagga Smith's out there waiting for it, and he skips it, goes under Estays, and cross kick here from Pollard to Makazolo Pimpy. It's going to go into his hands. Is he going to be able to get over? Makazolo is over. There we go. Easy work. 4 minutes into the game, Andre Pollard with the cross kick. Still a lot of work to do, and Makazolo Mapimpi, well, he's not slowing down. Don't let age fool you, lads. Don't let age fool you. Makazolo Mapimpi still scoring tries for fun. He's got such a good strike rate for the box. It's actually ridiculous. And he's just added another one there. It's a great kick for Pollard. But a nice little switch there to Quagga Smith. Then the cross kick comes in. Bang. And he runs straight onto this Pimpy. Nice and patient. And then he just puts his head down. Absorbs the contact from Tom Jordan. He's playing just a second test. And says, thank you very much. I'll grab another try. Said in the week, you're not sure you make it to another World Cup. Well, until then, he's going to keep scoring tries, isn't he? That's what he does. It is what he does. And Andre Pollard, that's a horrible conversion attempt. It goes well left, but that's the perfect start from the box, though. Early 5-point lead, Joe, within 5 minutes. And the main thing is now we've got to try and maintain this lead and keep building on it. And is allowed to bounce. And I know there's a knock on there. Falls away back to Quagga Smith. So Springboks do have possession after the kickoff. Wasn't the best kickoff. Albert Lowe fighting hard the tackle. Good work from him. Getting a rest on the number 7 jersey is the Bulls flanker. Now Hendrickson goes to the boot. Makazolo Mapimpi will give chase. Chase here for Tom Jordan, but it's actually Fred Russell. It does take it a while. But big counteract though for the Boks. And I think they have gone off their feet in doing so and conceded a penalty. And Pimping went over, taking the ball on the palm, which was playing the ball on the ground. The counter-up was fine. He actually didn't need to do that, which is quite annoying. And Finn Russell does find touch. Doesn't get particularly far. And Scotland will have a line inside Bok territory. Gregor Townsend watches on. Not the start he would have wanted. Well, you missed the line, but Scotland do have it, Jez. Ben White takes into contact right against touch. They're looking to try and bundle them out, and they do just that. Good work from the Boks. So it will be a South African line out now. Good turnover ball that. Bongi Manambi is going to go fetch. And it looks like it's going to be a 4-man line out, I think. Yeah, Quagga Smith, 4-man line out for the Boks. Well, 3-man really, actually. Yeah, no, eventually 4. And it's a horrible line. As Scotland win it back, it was far too complicated, if you ask me. And all of a sudden, now Scotland return the ball. Sian Tupeloto, the Scotland captain, goes to Hugh Jones. Good defensive read there from Kane and Moody, though. Ben White now. Ebenezer Smith comes on nice and quickly. Makes the tackle on Andrew Ferguson with assistance from Thomas Toy. Look at try. Actually, they held him up and the ball popped up. And now it's back to the Boks side. Albert Lowe goes to the Kanya. He spills it forward. Knock-on advantage for Scotland. Go back to Finn Russell in the pocket, and he's not doing options. Goes to the boot. Kane and Moody and Vili Leroux around there. Vili Leroux takes it. Goes the back inside to Kane and Moody. Kane and Moody wants to try and run away from a couple of players, but it gets held up. Andre Estays is doing very well to secure the ball, and a couple of players now driving back for the Boks. Albert No down. Takes into contact. Jaden Hendrickson is going to go to the boot here. And looking for distance to Jaden Hendrickson. Very nice kick from him, actually. That's basically in Scotland territory. It's just by the halfway line. Very, very good clearance that from the scrum off. Good round of that from Scotland now. And the ball eventually falls to Sian Tupeloto. Runs to Andre Pollard. Scotland on the halfway line now. Ben White, quick ball, goes to Xander Ferguson. Now, Russell with a bit of space. Long pass out towards Duran van der Merwe, who's got a lot of space to work with. Comes inside, is wrapped up by Eben Etzebeth, and he's going to be bundled out. Such good defense. Such good defense from Eben Etzebeth. Good work there from him. He's got a bit of a reputation at the moment as Duran van der Merwe. I'm not really pitching up against the box in the last few years, so something he'll want to try and put right today. He's in such a good position as Eben Etzebeth, and then Ulrich Lowe just helps him bundle him out. Ball over the top. And Finn Russell, a couple of, it's good passes, but there's a bit of space. The Bucks will be coming. Tom George's got a bit of space. Goes inside to Blair King, who's playing on the wing today. Not his usual position. Now quick ball out to Xander Ferguson. Pops it up to Finn Russell. Finn Russell goes to Gilchrist now. Good hands. And Duran van der Merwe comes away with it. Quacker Smith trying to get across. Good tackle coming from Caden Moody. And Quacker Smith wants to get over. But told to leave from the referee. Quick ball out to Xander Ferguson. Scotland with a bit of front foot ball now. Solid carry there from Jack Dempsey. Now Tubeloto pops it up to Hugh Jones. Albert Lowe getting over that ball. I think he's actually stolen it. No, he's conceded a penalty. Not rolling is the call. Not entirely sure who it's against. I don't know if it's Thomas Latoy who's actually been penalised there rather than Ulrich. Right, decision time here for Scotland. I'd assume take the points would be my guess. Oh, we got TMO decision here. Might have a bit of foul play. So there's obviously a call come from the TMO, and we're going to have to go check something. I'm not entirely sure what we're checking. And it could be a croc roll here. I think it actually could be against Scotland, so this could be potentially a penalty for the box, maybe even more. Right, let's see. So Franco Moss is over the ball here. I think it's against Rory Dodge there, actually. It is the yellow card threshold. Yeah, penalty over here for the box. Right, so that's going to be turned over. It is a croc roll against Rory Dodge. Well, Scott Cummins has actually got the bin here. Yeah, it is Rory Dodge. And he's going to go to the bin. So a yellow card to Scotland. And it is going to be reviewed as well. So this could actually yet be upgraded. Well, it's turned over, so that works for us. We'll take that. Thank you very much. We had a penalty against us. Now we've got a penalty for us. We're down to play against 14 men. And 100 points fun touch. Easy as you like. That's what we like to see. Ball over the top. Then Eben Etzebeth coming around the corner. Solid carry from him. Henderson now goes to Andre Estes. Good hands though. Pollard flexing it out to Villaroo. Villaroo quickly to Caden Moody. Steps inside. Brought down by Hugh Jones. Up to the 10-metre line. Quick ball from Hendrickson. Goes to Quacker Smith. Decent carry from him. Jaden Henderson looking for options. Goes to Eben Etzebeth. Wants to try and get the offload away. Eventually just goes down to ground. Now Pollard. Villaroo. Not too many options. Just chips over the top. They're looking for a bit of tactical kicking out. Kicking in behind those Villaroo. The box happy to try and just sort of play rugby back deep with Scotland's half. So it'll be a Scotland line out. Gaining 26 metres from that kick. 25.9 if we want to be very specific. Right, so line on the just over the 22, just about a meter or two ahead of it. And it looks like a 6-man line here for Scotland. Ewan Ashman will feed it. It's a good line of those as well. Looking for a sack though, which is pretty good. Penalty advantage there for Scotland. I think somebody's ended up on the wrong side over there. Yeah, so sack was not good as the call. So a penalty from Scotland. That'll be a free exit from them. A bit frustrating to concede a penalty there. And Finn Russell finds touch. Right, so Scotland are progressing up the park there. We have to wait and see what the decision is going to be on Roy Dodge for that croc roll. Be interesting to see if they decide to go a bit further. So the call is against, I think it's Franco Mostert for the sack. And up towards the 10-metre line now, Scotland. That doesn't look very straight. No, and finally says the referee. Oh, it's a big tackle though. Gets the offload away to Dodge. How's Dodge still on? Did they send off Cummings? They did. They sent the wrong player off. Tester here from a Pimpy. Doesn't get it right. And eventually falls back to Mark of a starter we actually haven't seen much of so far. Henderson now with ball in hand. You're going to go to the box kick here. Can't find touch, I don't think, so it's carried back. So my Pippy will give chase. And it comes up and almost into the hands of Quagga Smith. I think it was a knock-on advantage. We might have our first scrum of the day. We are going to have our first scrum of the day. It was a good kick contest there from Maxima Pimpy up against Finn Russell. Actually comes off by Pimpy initially, backwards, and then knocked on by Quagga Smith. So it will be a Scotland feed, but the first scrum of the day. Interesting to see how Oxenchair has a go at Xander Ferguson, yeah? I think Oxenchair could be in line for World Player of the Year, to be honest. I think he's been that good this year. Very, very impressed with how he continuously gets better and better. Probably the best scrummager in the world. And already having a bit of a free kick for taking it early. And Tupolotto goes, oh, jeepers, he's just sat down Andre Pollard. Goodness me. Looks like a bit of a cheek shot there from Matt Ferguson on Andre Pollard. White goes to the boot. Good take from Andre Pollard underneath it. And penalty Scotland. We've seen this ref a lot this week in terms of blocking the chases. So obstruction is the call. It is a penalty. And we've seen it, as I said, we have seen it a lot this weekend. That's been something they've been quite consistent about in terms of penalising any sort of blocking on the kick chase. Look at that hit there from Super Lotto, just absolutely sitting down Pollard. But yeah, that was the cheap shot I was talking about when Matt Ferguson comes into the ruck and has a hit on Pollard. Ah, come on. I think that's... You can't just run into a player, push him over and decide that he's obstructing. He doesn't really change his... I don't think he changes his line much there. And Finn Russell makes no mistake, though, so they reduced the gap from 5 to 2 points. Scotland officially on the board. I think it's quite a harsh penalty, to be honest. And we're going to get a decision now on the yellow card. Right, so it's been upgraded to a 20-minute red card. Now, as a Scotland fan now, you're sitting there going, all right, cool, we get him back. Or, we get another player after 20 minutes. So the red card is great. But I hate the 20-minute red card, to be honest. I think is he the main culprit here? Yeah, I suppose he is in terms of that leg that then rolls on his right leg. Right, so that is the end of Scott Cummings' game. You will be allowed to be replaced after 20 minutes. I'm going to find myself a red card. So that'll be after 20 minutes. Or if another further, I think it's 30 minutes on. Then somebody else will be able to come on. So we'll probably see Max Williamson come on after that. If it was an orthodox red card, then he'd be done for the day. And off and not come back on. Andre Esterhuizen, nice kick carry in the midfield there. Quick ball here for Jay Henderson needed and goes to Evan Etzebeth. Puts it short to Kanyam. He leaves it behind. It's 2 knockouts for Kanyam. Not at the best start to proceeding. But then Scotland oblige and kick it out in the full. So Box will end up having a line out on the 10 meter. In fact, it's actually even further down. Half between the 10 and the 22. We'll take that. We'll take that. Right, first scrum of the day for South Africa. In fact, it's actually Scotland scrum, so there was no advantage. I thought it was initially advantage over, but they're going back for the scrum from the initial knock-on from the Kanyam. This first scrum, Scotland didn't really take the hit, and it was a free kick against South Africa, pushing early. And once again, same thing. But this time it's South Africa with the free kick, and Scotland been pinged for not taking the hit, basically, which is, an interesting thing. Quickly take it here from Jane Hemster. What is that from Jaden Henderson? He kicks quickly and then he just buzzes at Quacker Smith, who knocks it forward. He's right there. Just pop it, bro. Do what? Test your mate. All right, Scotland scrum once again. Let's see if we can actually have a scrum. We've had 2 free kicks from them. There we go. The ball goes in. There's a massive shove. And the next time we get a scrum, I think you've got a penalty on it all written all over it. Anyway, kick through and will clean up. Long pass towards the right-hand side to Kane Moody. Looking for space. Kane Moody wants to run himself. Support arriving. So ball available for... No, penalty for Scotland for holding on is the call. And what are they going to do? I'll take the points there. You can take a lead here, to be honest. Why wouldn't you take the points is the question. Yeah, they are going to take the points. Of course you can take the points. Currently sitting 2 points behind, 20 minutes. Got a red card at the moment, which you got to try and run down. I'm confused about the penalties. I'm trying to work out if it's penalty for not for going off your feet, or he initially seemed to be seen not releasing, but nobody really seems to be contesting for the ball. Bit of a stop-start game this so far from the Box. Haven't really got into our rhythm yet at the moment. And Finn Russell makes no mistake. Right, Scotland into the lead after 21 minutes. Still 9 minutes left on that red card before they'll be able to replace him. Again, you're replacing a player with a red card. Not for me. Not for me. But hey, I don't make the rules, unfortunately. I should, actually. I reckon I should. I reckon I should become a lawmaker. Just back me. Give me the reins. Give me the reins. Right, restart from Pollard down the left-hand side. Finn Russell with a bit of time and does find touch. Not an amazing touch find. Half between the 10 meter and the 22. So we'll have an attacking line now, somewhere to try and hopefully get a bit of a grip in the game. I want to just kind of get Andre Station running at players. I want to try and get more players involved here. Especially with a man down. We're going to try and make this count. I want to get Scotland moving here. A couple of phases. Make them defend a bit. Good line that from Franco Muscle. We'll give it the rolling more here, which looks pretty well set. Bongi Manami joining. Now, first stop is the call. Now, a bit of a second shove here. Now, looking much better. Once is the call there from Christoph Ridley. Bongi Manami wanting to have to break away. Yeah, no, he offloads the two. Jane Henderson goes to Andre Esterhuizen. Steps inside of Russell. Then he can still go with Andre Esterhuizen. Up to the 22. Quick ball here from Jaden Henderson. He goes short to Evan Etzebeth. It's a great tackle on Etzebeth. You don't often see him force backwards, but he was on that occasion. Now Hendrickson looking for options. Goes to the right-hand side. Sniping himself. Ball over the top. On the bounce to Kane Moody. That is shocking. Absolutely shocking. And then a high tackle. I mean, really, guys. That is poor. That is poor. What did I just do? I feel like things just got very much darker here. Yo, now I'm changing colors and the whole works. Made it. Not looking good at the moment. Very, very sketchy start here from the box, to be perfectly honest. Sloppy, I think, is probably the right word to use. As Evan says, strong scrum, poor lineouts, hit and miss synergy. You're right. It has been pretty hit and miss. We've lost the lineout, for example. We've just, not quite been there yet. Which is annoying because we had scored within 5 minutes. So it was like the perfect start to the game. It's a bit of break and play here. Eventually, we're going to get things going again. It'll be a Scotland line out from the penalty. So just past the halfway line is the line out. Whoever painted that red advertising thing, didn't it dry? Half the team is covered in red paint at the moment, as was the ball. Ball over the top. A terrible angle to watch line from, but now Tuipulotu in the midfield. The captain for Scotland, by the way, for this Autumn Nations series. I think he could be a British nice line next year, to be honest. And Ben White goes to the boot. Looking for distance here. Duan van der Merwe will give chase. Kane Moody underneath it. Gets away from Duan. Now a bit of a step there. There's Kane Moody up towards the 10-meter line. A ball available for Jaden Hendrickson. Pollard now goes to the boot. Maxwell Pimpy gives chase. And it's spun backwards by Tom Jordan, but Blake Kingwin is there, and he puts it to the boot. Willie LaRue goes back and chases and gets there quite comfortably. He goes inside to Andre Pollard, and Pollard's going to find touch. So it'll be a Scotland line out just outside of 22. It's good work, actually, from Scotland. It was a nice kick in behind from Blake Kingwin. Right, Scotland line out and pretty well. I think Evan Etzebeth actually come through the middle there and eventually gets the ball back to Ashman. Good carry that, but a good tackle from Bongi Manami and Al Low causing a lot of issues at the breakdown. Pops up to Xander Ferguson. Good continuity this year from Scotland. Going himself as Ben White, but then hammered in the tackle by Quagga Smith. I think it's Oxen Chair as well. Pick up and go from Piers Kuman. Marco van Staden doing the duties. Pick up and go now from Grant Gilchrist. Bongi Manami trying to get over the ball unsuccessfully. Ball available for Ben White. He pops it up to, I think it was Dodge. Options to the right and left. Ben White wants to go to, but in fact, he goes behind to Finn Russell. So put up the drop goal, which has been charged down. Well, that's pretty well done, actually. It was knocked back by Ben White. And Scotland had the ball. And now his kick in behind has been blocked. And Tom Jordan's allowed to come away with it. And Canan Moody makes a good tackle. This is very, very messy. Ball eventually available for Ben White. Now Scotland trying to just sort of keep things a little bit more simple here. Right, Scotland now looking a bit more settled, looking to try and attack. Ball, and Finn Russell has a bit of space. He wants to switch. Pops it up to Tom Jordan. Good tackle from Lukanya and Canan Moody wants to get over the ball. And successfully. Big counter-attack though coming. Quagga Smith through as well. And there we go. That'll secure the ball back. Thank you very much. Ball goes to Albert Lowe. To Oxenchair. Oxenchair. Ball at the top to Eben Etzebeth. And he gets the ball floated away to Jane Hings, who pops it up to Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue goes to the boot. I think that's the right option, to be fair. Maxwell Pippi's going to give chase here. Finn Russell's going back on the floor, though. And Mapimpi misses the tackle. Pops it up to Glenn Kinghorn, who goes to the boot. Does not find touch, though. And it's Andre Pollard. Right, Pollard, what's he going to do? What's he on the left-hand side? Almost gets through the gap. Brought down by Hugh Jones. Presents for Jaden Hendrickson. Hendrickson goes to Master on the 10-meter line. Master takes contact. Again towards the right-hand side. Hendrickson goes. This time goes to Villu at first receiver. To Canan Moody. Canan Moody straightens. Almost through the half of a gap there from Canan Moody. Good work there. Slow ball this time as Jaden Hendrickson has to join the ruck. Pick up and go here from Markov and Star and just short of the 22. Frees up Jaden Hendrickson. Brendan Lucy with space on the right side. He jabs the head for Canan Moody. Where's the ball going to pop up? It's actually popped over. And Joe Van Merwe has to go back. And all of a sudden, I think it's Eben Etzebeth who's over. It's Quagga Smith. Scotland eventually managing to secure the ball, but they're literally 3-4 meters away from the try line. And the clearance now eventually was into touch. So attacking line out here for the Boks. And they're still on the 40 men here, by the way, of Scotland, in case anybody forgotten. But that big counter-ruck earlier was very, very good. Ball at the top, and Franco Boster goes through the hands, but it goes back to Thomas Latour! Who's going to go over? Well, I tell you what, that prop in space. Things you love to see. Goes through the hands of Franco Boster, back as the call, into the hands of Thomas Latour, who looks up, and all of a sudden he's got Obi in front of him. And he says, thank you very much. I'm just going to grip a little quickly try here, Murrayfield. Put me in, you skipper. Put me in, coach. I'll score you tries. Yeah, it wasn't the greatest throw, but Thomas Latour very good, very alert, and then just nobody ahead of him. Not a bad turn of pace for the Titan as well. Thank you very much. That's what we like to see. And I can actually show you that as the try. I'm gonna send you guys a link to a clip of it. Cause it's quite a cool angle actually being. So my cousin's actually at the game. Is he getting some cool videos from him over there? So we can see exactly what that looked like from their angle. And Andre Pollard makes no mistake as South Africa take a 6-point lead after the half-an-hour mark. Yeah, good awareness from Thomas Toy. Really, really good awareness. Nice and aware was Thomas Toy. Now, the players from Scotland getting ready to come on. So I'll put a link in the chat, and you can see a bit of a fan point of view of that try itself. And the clearance came from Billy Rue, and so this is high in the air, and Canan Moody gives chase, and the ball bobbles up. Goes back eventually to Finn Russell, who shows and goes. Oxen Chenlock managing to make the tackle. Now Xander Ferguson takes it to contact. Scotland looking to build from the 10-metre line. We'll be up to a full contingent after this play, by the way. And they get a penalty for not rolling as the call. And that should allow them to get, I think it's Williamson on. Quite Smith there, the one pinged over there. And earlier, by the way, welcome Yagi van Niekerk to the Forever Sports Members Club, the Forever Fan Club. If you'd like to become a member and support the channel, then the link is the pinned comment, so you can feel free to get involved over there. Come and get access to a couple of exclusive perks and the likes. Not happy are the Bok management. Yeah, Tony Brown next to Rassie Erasmus. All of them not particularly happy with. I don't know if they were happy with the call or they're happy with not happy with the Parker Smith himself. Either way, not happy is the general sentiment as Finn Russell will line up his third shot at goal. He's 2 from 2 so far. Should be 3 from 3. He's not going to miss from this kind of distance. Pretty much almost in front. Couple of steps and over it goes. Such a cool character as Finn Russell. Not been accurate enough here out of the box. It's I'm not to say it's been a bad performance, but it's not been great, to be honest. Need to improve with 8 minutes to go, 7 minutes to go, call it in the first half. And Pollard once again goes down the left-hand side. Jack Dempsey underneath it. Inside 22, so they can go into touch. Ben White wants a blocker here. Xander Ferguson obliges. And he's taken too long. He's taken too long. It'll be a scrum for South Africa. That's actually really, really big. First of all, it's a good call from Christoph Ridley because I like the fact that they do officiate this now. You actually have to use it. But this is now a scrum inside the 22, and the box scrum has looked very, very good. We haven't actually had our own attacking scrum yet. So, but also, this is where we're going to be interested to see, like, you look at, for example, the change of the rules. There was a kind of idea that teams like Scotland, for example, after they hit that big scrum where you're like, oh, hang on, the Boks have actually got dominance here, where they can basically just not take the hit, and all they'll do is get a free kick and you can't take another scrum. So it'll be interesting to see, for example, if they might do that now, or at least attempt to do that. Yo, what a scrum that is. There's the penalty advantage. Jaden Hendrickson goes to the Kanye Ahmed first receiver. Kanye Ahmed goes inside to Andre Esterhuizen. Makes a few yards. 10 meters out of the box. Quick ball here from Hendrickson to Pollard. Pollard goes himself. Now down the left-hand side goes Hendrickson to Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue. Little chip over the top for Muckers all over Pimper. He's going to make it. Another one. Ah, Billy LaRue. Disgustingly good. That is class. Absolute class from the veteran. And Muckers all over Pimpy is over for his second try. Easy as you like. Saw the space. Little chip over the top from Billy LaRue. Perfectly weighted. And Pimpy says, you know what? It's not December yet, but I'll take a Christmas present from you. That's so good. Little, yeah. Around the corner goes the Pimpy. But the awareness of Billy LaRue, I mean, Pimpy's still coming around when he makes that kick. So he's still like basically like on his shoulder. And he just says, right, off you go. Oh, it's so good. That is so good. Now, that is something Billy LaRue does that nobody else actually does on this team. I mean, the awareness there, so good. A lot of people ask, what does Billy LaRue bring to the team? That's what he brings. That's what he brings. That's audacious. Absolutely audacious. And once again, I can show you the try very shortly. As Pollard adds the extras. We've got 19 points to 9 up. A couple of footballers in here. That's McGinn from Aston Villa sitting next to Good take it, Pollard. And a penalty at the breakdown for not rolling away against Scotland. I tell you what, I mean, Mbappé's on a hat trick all of a sudden. And again, I can put that try in the... Good line at that, Jaden Hendricks up. Yeah, I'm going to put that in the comments so you can go and quickly go and check out that clip from... I mean, that angle especially is really, really cool. And knocked on at the break. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Handling from the box has been pretty awful this half, to be perfectly honest. That's going to be something that's going to have to improve. Who's the other guy in the coaching staff? I'm confused about that. I recognise one of the coaches in there. I'm try and work out who he is. Big scrum coming from South Africa. Lots of pressure on that Scotland scrum, and they do manage to get down the left-hand side to Bellotto. He goes to Hugh Jones. Markham starting lurking. Quick ball here from Ben White. Bit of a fumble there early on from Grant Gilchrist, and Buck Smith's trying to hold him up. It's a bit up quickly. Offload to Pierce Skuman. Scotland looking to try and head back with less than 2 minutes on the clock. A bit of an overlap here. Tupolotto goes short to Hughes. I think it's time. Oh, my goodness me. This has to be a try. It's going to be a try. Ah, that's so frustrating. So frustrating. Jordan goes in. It was great awareness of Tupolotto as the camera panned back, for example. You could just see the overlap and the amount of space that all of a sudden there was. Tupolotto's not going to miss out. Ben White's the one that eventually goes over. It was Tom Jordan who made the break, though. Finn Russell, though, good awareness of space. Ball in behind for Tupolotto, and then bang. Mpipi's out of position. On Pollard's just a watcher there, and really has to come inside. Ball back in for Ben White. Easy as you like. Yeah, I mean, it's well worked. Poor defence from the box, just doesn't have the numbers. And Scotland hit back 16 points to 19. Good news, by the way, as I reckon that this game was going to be 43 plus points. Oh, no, hang on. TMO decision here. Are we going to see a potential more foul play? I don't know who's on. So Markovic starting. What are we looking at, Joe? Ah, Hugh Jones loses it forward. This might yet be chalked off. No try. That's huge, by the way. That is huge. Big let off that from the box. I'll go back for the knock-on. So 19 points to 9 is where it'll stay. With less than a minute on the clock. 30 seconds. 33 seconds to be exact. Interesting time over here because the Boks are definitely going to look for a scrum penalty. And then we've still got 30 seconds. Go down the clock, try and set up a line out. Go for another try. If we can get a third try, fourth try for half time. Not any bonus points, but get ourselves nice in front. That'll be quite lacquer. Pretty solid this time, Scotland. Here comes the second shove. There is the penalty for South Africa. Henderson goes to Esterhazen. Esterhazen, bumps over. I think it was Hugh Jones. Ben White, actually. And no advantage to go back for the penalty. Right, up the field we go. Let's go. Come on, lads. Pierre Schoeman now penalised there. Look at this hit though. Ben White, sit down, says Andre Esterhuizen. And Pollard doesn't find touch. Come on, guys. That's sloppy. That's really sloppy. Anyway, half time. And we've got a lead. A pretty healthy lead as well of 10 points. I'm going to move that yellow card, by the way, because they're back to a full contingent. I'm not a big fan of the red card. But anyway, 90 points to 9 is the halftime score. We'll see you guys all shortly after the break. Please don't go away. If you are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. And everyone, please like the video. We've got over 1,000 people watching. We've only got 191 likes. Let's see if we can get that up to 250 by the time I get back. And we'll see you guys in a few. Right, and we are back. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Forever Sports, the official watch-along. And it is South Africa 19, Scotland 9. Arcus Neyman onto the park. We're going to see any other substitutions here from the box. Doesn't look like it, and that's a horrendous kickoff, as that's, I think it's bounced straight off Quagga Smith and forward is the call. I assume on for Franco Mostert, who is playing his first game back from injury, so that would make sense. But that looks to be the only substitution that South Africa has made. Scotland, by the way, had a 20-minute red card, but they're back to a full contingent. And 10 points. It's terrible. Complete miscommunication. It goes through the hands of Arcus Neyman and off the face of Quagga Smith. That can't have been too much fun for poor old Quagga. Right, on the left side. Tupolotto, by the way, goes through the middle here. Good work there from Scotland. And now they switch and play from Finn Russell. And long pass out wide straight into the... off the boot of Alred Lowe. And there was no advantage. Now, funny enough, so Scott Bauer earlier said as follows. He says, poor refereeing needs to retake ref test. You cannot go back on a try after it's converted. Try should remain a try. Incorrect. As part of the new directive from World Rugby, you can, in fact, go back for the try. So it is allowed. And so, yeah, unfortunately, wrong there. So they are allowed, as part of the new rules and stuff like that, to go back and disallow the try if something has been picked up, which it has. So, and welcome to Alvin DeToy, the latest member of the Forever Fan Club. Please do smash like. I said 250 people with 246 likes. So I'm sure we can get an extra 4 likes in the next few days. A penalty at scrum time, by the way, for Scotland this time. Thomas DeToy has been pinged for going down there. So first scrum penalty of the game for Scotland, and decision time now for Sione Tupolotto, the Scotland captain, and he's very quick to say, let's take the points. I'm not entirely sure they should be taking the points. I mean, 10-point I suppose early on in the second half, take it, Problem is, at the moment, Scotland are dealing with penalties and South Africa is dealing with tries. I don't think South Africa has actually taken the 3 points yet. No, we haven't. So, long term, if we keep scoring tries, for example, they can take penalties. They're never really going to catch up, are they? But Finn Russell has not missed a beat yet so far. Shot clock is coming down to 21 seconds, 20... And over it goes. No issue there from Finn Russell. Right, and it is 12 points to 19. A 7-point game. Still a converted try. The score difference at the moment. Not the ideal start from the box, but a long half still to go. Right, Pollard gets us back underway. Down the left-hand side. Straight to Jack Dempsey. In fact, it's Finn Russell, in fact, who was underneath it. And if Finn Russell takes a safe option, fires touch, and the box will have a line on the 10-meter line. And Marcel Singh might get more involved in the mix. So in terms of the substitution, as I said, red card for Scott Cummings, which means Max Williamson is on to the park. And Arcus Neyman on for Franco Mostert. Those are the only 2 placements currently on. Bongi with the ball in hand. Be interesting to see when we do unload our 7-1. We've still got 6 forwards left to bring on. Will we bring them on at the same time? Will we sort of stagger them as Andre Estesen goes bursting into the midfield? Good carry from him. Quick ball from Hendrickson. Goes to Arcus Neyman. Gets the offload away to the Kanya. I'm so good, Arcus Neyman. Oh, he's just a different breed of player. Now back to Andre Estesen popping up to Pollard. Pollard decides to kick him behind. It's going to slow up and a bit of pressure there. And Lowe's right over the ball. Scotland doing well to scramble and win the ball right, but I'm either trying about 2 meters out. Xander Ferguson creates a bit of a better angle here for Ben White, who I'm sure will look to go touch now. Needs to be careful of not taking longer than 3 seconds, which he got pinged for in the first half. And another breakdown here for Scotland. Now Ben White asks for a couple of blockers, and he gets one in the form of Pierre Skuman. And with a better angle, he will find touch, but that should be a line inside 22. It's actually only gone 10 meters. And wow, we asked, and this is the answer. Here comes the 6-1. There's Gerard Stennekamp being ready. Vincent Koch, Malcolm Marks, Jasper Wiese, Pieter-Steph du Toit, as well as Siya Kolisi. Here come 6 more forwards. That is absolutely mental. So who is the one player, by the way, who's not... I mean, it's 5 minutes. Who's the one player who's not going to come off? Malcolm Verstappen is off. So who's... Kolisi for Verstappen, Koch for du Toit, Marks for Mbonambi. Who stayed on here? Looks like it's going to be Marcus Pippi's in the lineup, so who flipping knows? Is that Andre Estes is also in the lineup? It is indeed. Marcus Neyman goes to the front of the lineout. I'm not entirely which forward is going to play the full game, but here comes the new squad. Let's see if they can make a difference. And knocked on. That's not the difference we spoke about. Eben Etzebeth, by the way, he's going to go the full distance. That's who it's going to be. And Eben getting involved with Xander Ferguson now. Bit of a tussle there. A couple of smiles here from Eben. Right, we're going to have a word here, I think, with the captains, which is Eben Etzebeth, technically. So I don't know if Siya Kolisi suddenly taken over, for example, when he's come onto the park. It is Eben and Tupelotti, so he'll take the captaincy. And a penalty for Scotland. I think that's from Eben Etzebeth's reaction. So it's a little bit silly from him. There's actually no need for that whatsoever. And you just give it a very easy penalty. Yeah, so I don't know something to say, but Eben got involved, and now we can see the penalty. Silly. No need for that. Absolutely no need for that. As Scotland progress up the park here. 6 minutes in. Not the best start after, but Eben Etzebeth gets in front of it and wins the line out. Very good work. Now, Pieter-Steph du Toit gets his first carry of the day. Siya Kolisi backing him up. First time, by the way, Siya Kolisi been on the bench since 2019. Achim Snyman gets his hands through the tackle as always. Gets it away to Andre Pollard. Pollard now carrying strong. Up to the 10-meter line out of the box. Hendrickson now goes to Pieter-Steph du Toit. Another good carry from him. Ball pops up and Hendrickson does well. Goes to Andre Estes. Andre Estes and puts his head down. Now Jasper Wiese will get his first carry of the day. Pollard goes short to Pieter-Steph du Toit. Good tackle on him on Tupelotti and Xander Ferguson. Ball available for Hendrickson. Achim Snyman possessed the ball well. And then knocked on by Jaden Hendrickson. And Malcolm Marks has now had something to say. Yeah, I think this is starting to get a little bit personal, which I quite like, actually. I quite enjoy this little bit of edge to the game. But far too many mistakes here from the box at the moment. Very, very poor in the first 7 minutes here. Counter-attack coming from Pierre Schoolman, which is forced to knock on from Jaden Hendrickson. Right, the scrum here. And it's on the 10-meter line. Inside Scotland territory still. And first scrum since we're putting on 6 new forwards, well, 7 new forwards, I suppose, technically, since half time. And it's gone down, so we're going to have a reset here. Right, what can we make apologies? Come on, lads. A little scrum penalty here will go a long way. It's a good hit. And the penalty, it's free kick for the Boks. Previously, the toy was taken quickly. And tap go by Jane Henderson. He pops it up and Jasper Wiese goes on a run. Now Etzebeth. That's a nice carry from him. Henderson now goes to Sneeman. Sneeman pops it up to Pollard. Pollard. Really good line being run here. Lakanya now. Straightens. Gets all the way back to Esterhuizen. Oh, almost over the top. If that had gone to hand, it would have been great. And Pierce the toy does well to dive on the ball. Hendrickson there. Jasper Wiese now. Malcolm Marks getting involved. His first carry of the day. Henderson back to the left-hand side. Pollard first here. Villaroo looking for options. Long pass out wide. And it goes into the hands of Maximo Pimpy. He decides to stab it out. Into touch. I think he's actually put it straight into touch to Maximo Pimpy. Not his best kick. Nice handling here. Very good run being run by Lakanya. Nice little offload as well from Estes. And that had gone to hand. I think it could have been try time. Just not quite. And then Pimpy has, it's an awful kick. It really is an awful kick. He's trying to kick it infield and he ends up just scooping it out in full. Not his best kick. A break and play here. Hugh Jones giving a couple of instructions. I think Etzebeth's getting some tape on his boots. Because he needs to like tie your shoelace when you can just tape it, you know. Half an hour still left to play. And the Boks, apart from the last 2 minutes, have not been great in the second half. Right, Hugh Jones played a bit of rugby on for the Stormers. I'll tell you what, how they love him these days. Goodness me, what a player he's become. But it is going to be a South Africa scrum, by the way, from the knock-on initially from Blake Kinghorn. So a big opportunity here for a penalty, given the fact that we've just honoured a brand new scrum. Interesting to see when Scotland will look to go to their bench. And just at the moment, just Max Williamson on. They have got a 6-2 split. Well, that's very well loaded. And it goes down. No penalty advantage, ball available for Hendrickson. Long pass out toward Lakanya Goes himself, Lakanya bounces with a couple of plays. Still goes Lakanya Nice carry from him. Hendrickson leaves the ball behind. He's knocked it on. He's having a really tough time at the moment as Hendrickson. Now counter attack potentially on you. Blake Kinghorn goes to the boot. Villaroo looking to get there. And does very well. Under a lot of pressure from Blake Kinghorn, who's dived on him and conceded a penalty. So Villaroo does very, very well there. And Andre Pollard will find touch just inside box territory. So not quite attacking the line-out, but we'll progress up here. It's a good break for Scotland. Really does very well to get to Darwin's ball, and then Blake Kinghorn dives them on him on the floor, which you're not allowed to do. So a silly penalty really in the end for Kinghorn to concede. Right. Good take from the line from RK Sneeman. Sia Khaleesi in the midfield. Nice big carry from him. Henderson goes back to Pollard. Pollard's going to go to the boots. Lifts it for Kane and Moody to chase. And he takes it very well, does Kane and Moody. Pierce at the toy, now picks up and goes. Makes a couple of yards. Showing go here from Jasper Wiese. Sits down one. Has another go. Long pass from Pollard to Khaleesi. Pull her the top back to Pimpy. Well taken in the end. Don't think that was intended by Sia. Malcolm Marks now down the shot. Oh, sit down. So strong on the carry is Malcolm Marks. Now Sia Khaleesi at scrum off. Goes to Gerard Stennekamp. His first carry over there. As the replacement bench start to really get involved. Now RK Sneeman in the midfield. Ball skews out to the side. Backwards is the call. Turnover ball. Can we just hold on to the ball, please? But Pimpy runs into Piers Kuhlman. Not sure he's the best person to try and run into. Right, that's Mavisa now. Going as direct as you'd probably imagine, to be fair. Doesn't really do anything else. Henderson's going to go to the... No, he's going to go back to Billy Lou, in fact. I think he's seeing a bit of space. He goes low on the left-hand side. On the bounce to Finn Russell. Not see much of Finn Russell today. He launches it deep to Billy Lou. He lets it bounce. Got plenty of time there, does Billy Lou. As well as plenty of options. Eventually goes to the boot. And he finds touch just shy of the halfway line. Not a worst clearance from Billy Lou. Slightly out of position there. Need to play a bit more rugby out of the box. Not been good in this half. See a lot of hate on Jaden Hendricks, though, which is quite weird. And somebody said that, imagine if you play against the All Blacks, which again I find quite a weird chat, given the fact that when he came on against the All Blacks in that game earlier this year in Cape Town, he was really, really good, and was probably one of the reasons he actually won the game in the end. He managed the end so well. So found that a bit of a strange chat. He was also fantastic in Argentina. He's having a bit of a tough game, but very strange to find people don't rate. Look, as I said, he's having a tough game. People can have bad games, whatever. But some people saying that he's never good enough, I find that a very strange chat. Tubelotta there in the midfield. Good tackle there from Sia Khaleesi. Scotland with the tails up. Inside ball from Xander Ferguson. Nice line run by Jim van der Merwe. And Eben Etzebeth reels him in. Does really well there, does Eben. Xander Ferguson, pick up and go. Very good work there. I mean, it's such an important tackle from Eben Etzebeth. He doesn't make that tackle. I think Johan van der Merwe actually might have gone all the way. Now, Pierre Schoolman, chosen goes. Now, this is danger time. Now, Tom Jordan. Good tackle there from Lekanya and Maxima Pimpy, but Scotland are 10 metres out. Now, Dempsey. Pick up and go here, coming from Ashman. And they've knocked it forward. Well, that's a bit of kind of what we've seen in the box from today. Really poor knock on that. And that's a big little from the box. Oh, it's good defense, but that's a terrible knock on. Verna, can you please explain to me why Billy is still in this team? Go and back into the game and watch that assist for Billy for Maximum Mapimpi for that third try. That's probably why he's in the team. I think it's only Bowden Barrett has assisted more tries than Test Rugby than Billy Lou in the last 10 years. He's actually been really good today. Even somebody was saying earlier that they weren't even a big fan of his, and yet they've admitted today he's been really good. Has one mistake, and then everybody jumps in the chat. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Come on, he's been good today. Very, very good today. Points per visitor 22, Saka 2.7, Scotland 1.7. We've still been accurate though in the second half, yeah. I mean, it's been 50 minutes. We just haven't really managed to get a really good grip of the game. Massive scrum. There's the scrum penalty as well. And yeah, it does come. I mean, it's kind of expected, isn't it? That's the one thing. When in doubt, go back to the scrum, and it's a huge scrum, and it's a big scrum penalty. That will leave a lot of pressure for the box. Andre Pollard will be able to kick this further downfield. No, he hasn't been able to touch it. Once again, while it's been kept in. Just make sure, bro. Just make sure. Schoolman now. So frustrating. Finn Russell, long pass out wide to Hugh Jones. Hugh Jones, that's an awful pass to Johan van der Merwe. You expect so much better from Hugh Jones. And boxing a little bit lucky at Scotland being pretty inaccurate here. A little more accuracy. I mean, it's really good work earlier on there from Kinghorn, who starts out, then jumps back in, does really well to keep it in, but Pollard needs to be a bit more safe. Yeah, you know, just put it into touch. And I think if this pass goes to hand, it could have been Trouble City. So we've actually got lucky a couple times here at Scotland being quite poor. And that's a horrible line out, and we've lost possession. It's not been a good performance from the lads. Well, that's an interesting kick from Fred. Well, it works. How does he do that? Hugh Jones steps inside of Peter Step the toy. Still going as Hugh Jones. Still going as Hugh Jones. Does anybody want to tackle him? Eventually brought down. 5 meters out here. Ball goes back. It's a horrible pass. The Kanya on Jack Dempsey. Gets the offload away. Block defense. A little bit nowhere. Finn Russell looking for options. Runs to Vincent Cock. Gets the offload away. Xander Ferguson. Penalty advantage here for Scotland. Yes, it's been awful in the second half. Williamson now. Johan van der Merwe. Kara Stennekamp bounced, and he's still going to Van der Merwe. Eventually brought down by Eben Etzby and Malcolm Marks. Finn Russell. That's dirty. Almost a interception from Willie LaRue. Throw it back inside from Scotland. Still penalty advantage here. Box under a lot of pressure. Oh, Tubeloto wasn't expecting that, and I'll go back for the penalty. We have been awful in the second half. Absolutely awful. A couple of missed tackles there. Really, really poor. It's good handling. And but Pimpy's been replaced here, by the way. This is an interesting replacement. Oh, has he been yellow carded? I'm confused. You get a yellow card. You got a yellow for what? Eyeball. That is a very, very weird yellow card. I haven't even seen a replay. Not entirely sure what it's for. I'm still confused to what it's for, to be honest. It's a horrible line. They locked it forward. I mean, it's almost like at the moment it's a competition of who can make more mistakes in crucial times. So it's turn of possession, yes. So the box got the ball. Henderson's going to go back to Pollard in the pocket. But it's just been so poor this half. Taking it quickly, Kinghorn goes into Finn Russell. Goes back to Blair Kinghorn. And Kinghorn runs into Vincent Cock. Looking to try to hold him up. Eventually brought down to ground. Outside 22-yard Scotland. Ben White. Now Tubeloto. And it pops it up to Tom Jordan with a bit of space. Tom Jordan! Gets away from the tackle of Pollard. A really poor tackle. Eventually brought down by Willie LaRue. On the front foot here of Scotland. Khaleesi trying to steal it. Xander Ferguson now. Etzebeth makes a good tackle. Under a lot of pressure now on the box. Khaleesi and Kanya now. Good defense and penalty right in front of the poles. Jeepers me. I think I'll take the points here. If I'm Scotland, I'm taking the points. It's right in front of the poles. If I'm Finn Russell, you pop this over and say, thank you very much. Let's go and restart you. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. I'm trying to find out what the yellow card is for. It's very weird. I'm hoping to see a bit of a replay. We're going to see a couple of replacements here for Scotland, by the way. Jamie Ritchie being readied. Doesn't look like they're going to take the points. What is the call here? What's going on here, ref? No, then they are taking the points. So a couple of replacements being readied here from Scotland. Right, so this to make it a 4-point game. Right, 20 minutes left, and the score 19 points to 15. Box down to 14 for another 8 minutes. Need to try to find a way to really settle this game down. Right, and there's a new front row here for Scotland, which includes Dylan Richardson, by the way. Onto the park, back in the Scotland mix. Jamie Ritchie on as well. Pollard goes to the left-hand side for the kickoff. And to Finn Russell's hands, and Finn Russell goes straight to the boot, and we'll find touch. Can we win a line-out and go through a couple of phases here, lads? Because it's been so poor in the last few minutes. Yeah, good line. That's Peter Step the toy. Looking for the running more here. But Sheeklisi breaks off it. And losing it because no one bothers to flip and ruck. Oaks, can we wake up, please? This is so bad. I would love to see. I mean, what's the penalty count here? I'm actually going to check here. The penalty count must be 12, 13 for the Boks. They've been really poor this half, especially. Where we at? Penalties 9. Penalties 9 penalties conceded so far. That would have been penalty number 10. Dear guys, come on. Dylan Richardson's going to have his first line of the game. Pimpy can only watch on. They go short to Scotland. Almost a bit of a fumble by Ben White, but eventually in the midfield is Jack Dempsey. Now to Belotto. Well read from Kenny Moody. Good tackle from Nakanya. I'm all over that ball. Surely, yeah, that's win the penalty. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. Yeah, good steal there from the Kanyan. It's a bit of a quiet game as the Kanyan. I haven't seen as much of him as we'd like. He had a very nice carry earlier. But Pollard does find touch this time, making quite sure. I'll tell you what, not as sure as I would like, but it's fine. It's a good touch finder. Jack Dempsey is down and receiving a bit of treatment. We have gained 34 meters, according to Sage. And straight over that ball was the Kanyan. Really good work from him. Important penalty as well. Now, once again, can we get through a line-up, go through a few phases, be a little bit more accurate here? Looked very sloppy at the moment. Need to see lots of improvement in the next 70 minutes. England, by the way, waits for us next week. Probably the hardest game of the tour, in theory, from a World Rugby's point of view, although Scotland have offered a good test. To be fair, I did ask, maybe this is my fault, I did ask for a decent test. I was like, I hope Scotland do test us a bit. And that's a good game. And it's not been a good game, though, but they definitely have tested us. And here comes another replacement for Scotland. So on comes, that's Josh Bayliss, who will replace Jack Dempsey, I think. Also, I need this game to have another 10 points in it. In terms of my bet slip, I said over 42.5, so another 9 points. Ooh, converted try would do nicely with that. Let's see what the boss can conjure up. Still a 40-man box, by the way, as you can see on the screen. There is still a yellow card. That is to Maxwell Pimpy. Peter Sepp the toy goes up. Has he managed to come down, ref? Yeah, penalty, there it is. Now with the penalty advantage, who wants to use it, he goes to Esthazen. Essendon goes inside to Canan Moody. Right, we'll go back for the penalty, which means we can progress another 20-odd yards and set up another line out. Shot called. Well, that's very interesting. That might be a bit of a mark of respect of what's happening at the moment. 4 points the deficit. So Pollard try and stretch that lead a little bit, make it 7 points. And you can just see it's PSF's toy is not allowed to, it doesn't come down. Far too early there with Scotland. Right, it's 2 from 3 so far as Pollard. So what I need, another 9 points. This is hopefully 3 of 9. 23 seconds left on the shot clock. 21, 20. So still got plenty of time over there. And that needs to come in. It will come in. Right. No issue from Pollard. 22 points to 15. We extend the lead to 7 points. So we cancel out that Finn Russell penalty we had very shortly a while ago. Lots of Saffers in the stands, by the way. Looks like a really good away support. Xander Ferguson game is, by the way, done, which means a brand new front row. Elliot Miller-Mills comes on. And Ebenezer the toy allows it to bounce. Siakalisi does very well to get the ball back. Come on, people. So ball is available for Hendrickson eventually. Now Vincent Koch. Hendrickson probably going to go to the boot now. Does go to the boot. Canan Moody will give chase. And that's out. Which is fine. He had to say it's 22, so it could go out. So not much of an issue there. It's just by halfway between the 10-meter and the halfway line. Not a bad clearance either. 14 minutes left on the dot, by the way. 2.5 minutes left for Makasoma Pimpi's yellow card. So still down to 14 men. At the moment, 3-3 since he's gone off. So nothing too major. They go to the front of the line there to Scotland. And White flings out towards Finn Russell. Well, it's a big tackle. Malcolm Marks trying to rip the ball in the tackle as well. Does very well, in fact, does King want to hold on to it. Now Tupolotto sits down Pollard, who's not defending particularly well today. And lots of traffic as Finn Russell looks for a way through. Runs into Vincent Koch. On the left-hand side. Hugh Jones, that's a good pass. Tom Jordan steps inside of Villaroo, trying to come in for the potential interception. Now Grant Gilchrist. Scotland into the 22 now. Here comes Bayliss. Big counter coming, but goes to Jamie Ritchie. And no, told to leave it is from the pressure now. Hugh Jones, a bit of an angle. Hugh Jones getting around Pollard, pops up Tupolotto. Comes back inside as Blake King. It's a huge tackle. Great tackle from Peter Step the toy. And then Villaroo making the follow-up tackle. Now Bayliss once again. Desperate defense here for the box. 9 phases so far from Scotland. And the ball's come loose. And I think it has been turned over by Andre Estes. And very nicely worked there, lads. Good defense. Counter coming. Ebenezer is there, though. And eventually, they come through. Referee tells Richie to leave it. Hendrickson goes back to Villaroo. Villaroo goes to the boot. Goes for an up and under. A bit of a strange decision. And just Tupolotto gets hammered. And Siakalisi up on the ball all over it. Surely, ref, reward him. Told to leave it eventually. Now, Finn Russell. Oh, his numbers. Need a shift. Jim van der Merwe, wrapped up by Canan Moody and Andre Pollard. Good tackle there. Now Finn Russell goes to the cross kick. Jaden Henderson needs to scramble. Tupolotto drops it, I think. Has knocked it on. Just as well. Just not, haven't really arrived at the races this half. It's been a frustrating half. Not our best performance by any means. And Mapimpi, by the way, is back on the park, so I can get rid of that yellow card. And there goes Jaden Henderson, by the way. His game is done. So Grant Williams for the final at 11 minutes. And Dobie on for white as well. So 2 places for Scrum Master now onto the park. Bit of attention here for Sia Khaleesi. I think he's got a bit of blood nose. Got a massive shine is what he's got. You can barely see through that eye. All right, big scrum here. Important scrum here. Win a penalty, kick it further downfield. Score some tries here, lads. I need another 5 points, 6 points in this game for me to win that bet. Scrappy game, though. Very, very scrappy game. I don't think too many people thought it was going to be this close. Should have been this close, to be honest. We just played particularly badly. Nice big scrum. There's the second shove. There's penalty advantage as well. Grant Williams goes to Andre Estes in that first receiver. Estes pops out to Pollard. Pollard goes to Mapimpi. Mapimpi decides to straighten up towards the halfway line. Good work there. Grant Williams goes flat. Nice pass that to Jasper Wiese. Now here's Steenekamp. Nice pace over here. Pollard looking for options. Chips ahead. I'm not sure that's going to stay in. That's not a great kick in the end, to be honest. Not a great kick. And I don't know if we're going to go back for the penalty. It'd be quite a long penalty advantage. Yeah, we are going back for the penalty. All the way back in our own half. Too much on the chip from Pollard. I think the chip was on. Just didn't execute it particularly well. Maxwell Pimpy and Sia Khaleesi were chasing on, but always too much on it. That's a decent kick there from Pollard. Right, up we go. Can we just see a bit of accuracy here, guys? Halfway to the 10 meter 22 is where we're at. Right, decent line out as Marco Marks goes to join them all. Trying to get that ball back. Grant Williams is there as an option as well. Once is the call. Now a bit of a second shove. Need to try and get that ball out though, or else it's going to be turnover ball. Ball's down and available for Grant Williams. Goes to Archer Snyman. Now Etzebeth. Just outside of 22 here. Williams puts it through for Belarus. Chase. And good work there from Tom Jordan. But a bit of pressure from a couple of the box. And that ball surely's gone forwards. The turnover ball, where's the ball? I thought I saw a knock on there. Yeah. Alright. Knock on 5 meter scrum. Here we go. Here we go. This is what we need. Right, this is a big moment in the game. A bit of a penalty try, maybe. It'll be nice. And that's substitution. So that's Tom Jordan leaving the park. I don't think he's terrible. I think he's quite a fine, this Tom Jordan. The youngster made his debut last week. Retained this week. And he will be replaced by Stafford McDowell. Cheap as me. I don't know who the strength and conditioning coach for Scotland is, but he's flipping huge. Penalty at the scrum, and what are we going to do here? Take the points. Take another scrum. Have another scrum. I need 6 points here, people. Yeah, taking the points. Damn it. Well, as long as we get another 3 points, but yeah, protecting the win here. So to try and make a 10-point lead, it's an important amount, to be fair. So this is to try and basically take the game away. And Pollard's going to take all the time in his world here. Let that shot clock run down. "30 seconds left on the clock." I mean, it's right in front of the pole, so it's as easy as you like. Yep, no issues over there. As Pollard pops it over, and 25 points to 15 with 6.5 minutes left on the clock. In theory, you should think it hopefully should be game over. It's a bit of an interesting expression from Rassie Erasmus. Not sure why he's looking so perplexed. Jasper Wiese under the kickoff does well. Grant Williams goes to Vincent Koch. Slow ball now for Grant Williams. He's going to go to the boot here. Now Grant Williams goes to the boot. Maxon Pippi's going to give chase. Siaklisi in and around there as well. It bounces off the hands of Scotland player and eventually falls to Jasper Wiese. So Boks retaining position on the 10-metre line inside their own half. Grant Williams goes to the right side of Vincent Koch. Show and go from the tight head. Show and go from Grant Williams almost makes him half a snipe. A good pick up off the ground from Malcolm Marks. Looked like a hard tackle. Pops it up to Gerard Stenekup as well. Does well to hang on to it past the halfway line. Ball available for Grant Williams eventually. Back to Villaroo. Villaroo goes to the boot. Kane Moody's going to give chase. It's allowed to bounce, and Archie Snyman dives on the ball. Presented well, so Boks retaining it once again. Williams goes to Malcolm Marks. Brought down by Dylan Richardson. And now Williams goes to the boot. High in the air, Kenny Moody going to give chase, as is Archie Snyman. Kenny Moody takes it really, really well. Our kick chase has actually been really good today. Peter Step, the toy, pick up and go. Gets the offload away to Grant Williams. Pops it up to Vincent Koch. Good tackle on him, but ball is available here for Grant Williams. Now Hunter Pollard goes to Villaroo. Villaroo goes to Siaklisi. Siaklisi on the angle. Gets the offload away to Maxima Pippi. Comes back inside. Bounces off one. Eventually brought down about 5 metres shy of the 22. Release, says the referee. And available for Grant Williams. To Jasper Wiese. Puts his head down. Nice carry from him. Now Pollard. Goes to Lekanya Lekanya not too many options. Lekanya pops it up to Peter Step the toy. There's a knock backwards from Julian van der Merwe as Kane Moody comes away with it. Eventually straight. Spins away from one tackle as Kane Moody. Presents well for Grant Williams. To Pollard. Villaroo. Khaleesi, good. Almost good hands. And then just behind Mapimpi out. Come on, lads. To be fair, I'm not surprised he missed the pass there because he can't see anything. Can see Khaleesi. Not a very tough looking Rassie Erasmus. And I think to be fair, after his performance, you can see why. Right, Dylan Richardson will feed the line out. Good line. Good take for that from Grant Gilchrist. Evan Nesbitt trying to go over the top. And Richardson used it. And on the bounce to Dobie. Bit of space now. As Hugh Jones. That's a horrible pass once again. And Kane Moody wants to take it quickly. Look, goes back inside to Kane Moody. Kane Moody still goes Kane Moody up towards the 22. Pick up and go from Peter Step the toy, but well read. Ball available for Malcolm Marks. And he goes to Vincent Koch. Now Etzebeth gets the offload away to Marks. Takes the tackle. Grant Williams to Peter Step the toy. Inside the 22 of the box. Up on the left-hand side. Now we're going to work our way down back towards the right. That's for Visa. Now Achia Sneeman. Looking to try and get his arms through the tackle. Eventually goes down to ground. Making some good yards though. Grant Williams goes to Eben Etzebeth. He makes a few yards. 5 meters out now of the box. Good work this. Ball available for Grant Williams as well. That's for Visa on the angle. Good tackle on him. Williams now goes to Sia Khaleesi. Lots of Scotland players there trying to get the Jackal. Now he stepped the toy. 5 meters out still of the box. Good defenses from Scotland. But good patience as well from South Africa. And a penalty. Take the points. Win Steve's bet. That was much, much better. Good continuity. Couple of nice carries. Good physicality. Getting over the advantage line. Getting the penalty. Now decision time here. Do we go to the corner? We're going to go for the 3 points here. What are we thinking? I don't see why you wouldn't go for the 3, to be honest. Wrap up the game. You've got 1.5 minutes left. Probably 90 seconds left on the clock. So a reminder, in terms of what's happening after this, we will be doing a player rating show. So that'll redirect you guys immediately to that player rating show, which we'll go live with. And I asked earlier who's going to win this clash, and 5,000 votes to come in. We're taking the scrum, by the way. Good decision, that. Right, I need some nomination for man of the match, people. What are we saying? Give me some nomination for man of the match so I can get that poll ready for the player rating show, which will start immediately after this. And I'm also going to drop the link for the player ratings as well. You can go and rate the players on the website. And there it is. There's the try off the back of the scrum. Yes, Pavisa says, thank you very much. Far too easy. Far too easy for the Boks, and that's the game. Job done in the end. It took a while for us to get going in the second half, but yeah, the bench has made a bit of a difference as the game has gone on. Right, what are we saying for some man of the match nominations? I'm seeing Mapimpi coming up there. I'm seeing an Irvin chat. I'm seeing a Willie LaRue chat, for example. I'm seeing Kane Moody chat. Yeah, what are we saying here about man of the matches? I quite like the Irvin Etzebeth shot. Let me get my poll going. Who was your massive scrum power that? And then it has to be just to pick it up and go over, basically. Your man of the match. Right, so I'm going to put in Mako Zolo Mapimpi with his double. I'll put in Eben Etzebeth. Generally, really good game around the park. What else are we saying? Seeing a couple of Mapimpis. Seeing a lot of Ebens. I'm seeing another one from very right. That is full time, by the way. So thank you very much, people. We'll see you guys on that other stream very shortly. And we can go and vote over that. So those are the 2 nominations for man of the match. We'll see you in a little bit. Please don't go away. Keep coming and join us on the player rating show. Thank you very much for joining me, guys. And